What's up is down, what's left is right. Chasing stars and holding you. I can't see the end, but we'll see it through. Times don't fly too high. Be sure to keep the ground in sight. Fly forever if you keep it tight. Love the world, but keep the sky on your mind.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome into Flying with Mike. Yeah, it's kind of an odd time getting started. As soon as I could get things ready to roll, I wanted to get it ready to roll. So this is going to be a little bit of a long stream. YouTubers, heads up, it's going to be a long flight. Least about 6 hours. I haven't really... Hang on, folks. Haven't really tuned in to the amount of time it's going to take us, but I am sure we're going to have a blast on it. Folks, we are in the 747-200 classic flown Pan Am. Now, we were going to be on their ACAR system today and all of that, but currently it looks like their site is having some troubles, so we'll just fly the flight out, save the times, and maybe down the road add it. If not, we'll fly a different flight. Hey, it's how it works sometimes. But yeah, we'll see what's going on with them here shortly. But anyway, there you have it, folks. The gem of the ocean sitting in the what I presume would have been the world terminal at JFK. It's no longer there. It's been torn down. Matter of fact, last time I looked at Google Earth, even the terminal here that remained after they poured it out or pulled it down was gone. So I don't know what's getting ready to come into JFK. Who knows? That's New York City. They may not either. So, but anyway, we thought we'd still continue the flight. So bear with me. We got a couple more things to do, and then we'll get these checklists going and head on across the pond. All right, folks, as the name implies, this is a classic. Most classic first, second generation airliners typically had more than your typical 2 crew members. Now, your domestic flights may have only had 2. 737 DC-9 quickly come to mind. However, 727 did not. Neither did... Oh, I thought the dog bumped up against my chair, but he did not. So the 727 had a 3-man crew. Concorde had a 3-man crew. Uh, and the 747s had a 2-man crew in the past. The advent of the 747-400 dropped the flight engineer. Well, probably because he actually did most of the work while the other two got to sit back and sleep and carouse with the flight attendants. Just kidding. They also worked, maybe not like he did. He had the job, folks. And if you're not familiar with the flight engineer, you ever seen the Bugs Bunny cartoon where Bugs is in a bomber headed straight for the ground, crashing, and he's got his feet up reading a manual how to fly, and this panel of gauges and switches and knobs and all fill your screen. Guess what? That's the flight engineer, folks. I mean, you don't believe me? Go look at like the B-36, the Connie, the L-1049s, even the older models. They kind of look like that, folks. They literally ran it from here. They flew it, they ran it, maintained it. They could do a lot from where they were, folks. And this is what they had to work with. I mean, things they managed besides electricity in the plane. They managed the air system, the heating, cooling, the hydraulics, fuel, even monitored in more depth the engines. Now, granted, they couldn't crawl out in the wings, as in the past they could, and do some work. Of course, you can't get out to the cowls and do all of that, but they could get in there and look for things, um, just not in the 747 that I'm aware of. There's a lot of things those engineers could do. However, the 400 got rid of this post, put it all up, and now the pretty boys had to learn how to manage the entire plane. And they gave them an FMS, made it a lot easier. We will be using an FMS to help make it easy because, folks, you purchase the 747-200, and here's how you get your little grubby paws. Ooh, didn't type. Why didn't it type? Okay, well, we'll go a second way. Oh, it did type. You can see how to get it there, folks. Just head over to that link and you can get it. You can get it for both X-Plane 11 and X-Plane 12. So, and you will then get to see what it was like. Now, granted, you got to have a co-pilot and a first officer to get the full effect. However, when you fly it, you alone are doing all 3 positions. So it is a bit of a challenge. It's a lot of heavy workload, folks, for one pilot to do. Obviously, we're showing it can be done. Is it recommended? No. Would I recommend it with passengers? Heck no. So, highly recommend this plane. We don't fly it a lot here, folks, because really, flying a 2 or 3 hour hop at the most we fly with it just isn't justice. Today, we're going to wind it up and hang on, we're going to let you know real quick. We're planning airtime 6.5 hours over to Brussels. It blocks at about 7. So figure that, folks. So might want to get some coffee and some snacks because this is going to be a long one. All right, so let's get into it, shall we? Here is the captain's seat. Over here, your first officer. As alluded to, I call them the pretty boys. Back in the back is the man you should have been thanking for your flight being such a good flight because he managed all those systems to make sure the pretty boys could go by when they taxi with their little parade smiles and waves. So, all right, so let's get into it, shall we? And it really, the flight engineer, believe it or not, shows up. Again, this kind of goes to what I'm saying. Who does all the work on the plane? Shows up usually about a half hour before the pretty boys do. Probably because the pretty boys don't want to associate with the hired help in the flight engineer spot. Just kidding. So, but yeah, he shows up a little early, and he basically gets the plane ready. Then the attendants show probably at about the same time. They're doing their thing, while the who knows what the pretty boys are doing. All right, so we're just going to go through here, starting to get things all readied for action here. Get a quick altimeter, and I do mean quick. 3006, okay. And one more to do down here. Go. Oop, need to go back here. All right, so we'll just keep going. Now, if you come across something that says test, which we have skipped, test it, because when you run the checklists, which we're about to show you here in a moment, they're going to wonder if you did them. Squib test. Good. Okay. Fire engine squibs. These are what actually put the agent into the engine. And then I like to scroll all the way back to the wall here. Turn around because the 4 4 T handles are right across the top. Okay. While we're here, cargo fire test. Only one. Then we have some more tests here. Good. Here. Here. Then I kind of swing over. Yeah, you can see a lot of things get tested here, folks. All right. Okay, fire check. Okay, let's check our gear doors. 2 of them will not, are tilt. Why these didn't light up? Well, there's 2 still open for the nose gear. And our potable is full. Okay, now what I do is come out and move a little bit so we can check the jettisons, make sure everything's down. And close it. As you guessed, we'll start working our way back, starting kind of in the middle here. Let's get our quantities of hydraulics look good. And a test of the gauges. Things off. This is going to be what we work with the most on this flight, the fuel panel. Oh, we don't have any center tank fuel. Wow. Okay. Thought we would. Okay, just making sure all the lights go out. These are not out because the tank is already empty. Okay, let's do cross-feed checks. Look good. All right, everything's looking good, folks. Gauge check here. Hard thing is it goes through them so quick you really can't pick up on them all. But, you know, you do your best. Then we come over here, make sure there's enough oil in the oil tanks that is. And there's at least 6 gallons in each, I believe. Yes, 6 gallons, which is good. And finally, the light controls are set and the radio panel is set. Let's do a light check. This is just the lights on the first flight engineer. Okay, now let's get up here and help out the pretty boys. So they're the ones actually, their hardest part of their job is keeping up with the INS. Because you can only do 9 at a time. So, all right, so we come down. Everything looks good here. Anti-skids on, body gear steering armed, lights set. We're in nav across the board. Okay, start switches are off. Compass is slaved. Everything's looking good. Radio-wise, lights are off. Well. Good test, and let's testing the cockpit recorder. Good. Line start valves are set and closed. Ready. Emergency lights are already armed. And wipers parked, coming down again. Alignment's good. Just keep working our way down. We've got the nav lights on, the logo lights on, the radios are set. Stall warning. Okay. Wing anti-ice is good. Good test of the pitot heats are good. Power on. Test. Okay, windshield heat is on. We don't need the power on. And look at that, another instrument check. Now we can check them all over here. All right, all the lights appear to be on. It's going left to right, down as far as we can. And everything looks good. Moving into the center of the plane. All right. Hang on a second. I do need to get... All right, so it looks like SimLink is not running for some strange reason. That's okay. We'll just improvise. All right, so JFK, let's get an ILS frequency here. How about 110.9er? Doesn't matter what this is set to. What we're testing here in a second will be the localizer move and the glide slope moving here and here. Okay, so the radio switch has the radio INS and radio. We'll do an up left. You saw the localizer move and the glide slope went up. Now we got the flag back for the glide slope. Now we won't see it move hardly at all, the localizer, but we should see the glide slope deflect down. You saw the localizer moving here. Okay, we're going to run through. Let's make sure. Looks like the flight director's working good. Airspeed's off. Autopilot's off. We are going to be using 2.2 for now. We'll see with a 2.2 full. Okay, this up a little bit. Okay, vertical speed is on the off position. Another flight director check. Okay, and the altitude hold off and select is off. Okay, heading set to heading. All right. We did the flight director. Let's go to 110 niner. Using the same frequency, just so we don't get any troubles cross-bleed. Up left, see the localizer flag on the artificial horizon and the nav display, sorry, HSI deflect, as did the glide slope went up. Down left, same thing. We got a slight deflection. We didn't get any on the artificial horizon, but the glide slope is down. Okay, we're in radio. Lights are set currently to the way I want them. A little bright. Kind of, I think we're all right. So now let's go, kind of like a typewriter here, folks. Let's go back all the way to the right. Kind of just start walking our gauges. Everything's looking good. Press the test. And the artificial horizon went off. So did the alarms. Both sides. Okay. Again, push to test 1. PTT1. PTT2. All good. Altimeter. Let's go ahead. 30.6. And you're going to get a audible on this one, but not on the other one. That I don't know why. Oh, here I thought that was already, I had thought I was, fooled me. All right, so now we're going to do some checks here in the middle. So first off, checking our, okay, that all lit up nicely. Let's look at the other one time. They're all lit. Okay, good, good. All right, moving on up to the top here, folks. Maximum, get those reset. Altitude alert. Now you all have heard this. You're all going, what's an altitude alert? You've heard it, trust me. Sound familiar? And then I like to reset at least 5,000. Okay, moving across. GPWs.
Pull up.
Definitely.
Glide slope. Glide slope. Pull up. Glide slope. Glide slope.
Okay, next one's no audible. You're all going, hallelujah. Just looking for rudder ratio down on the panel here. It's right here. I'll light it up one more time. Okay, and then we got the green light that all 5 gears are out and the lever is down. I love this. We'll talk about it later. But this is what I wish was in the FJS 727. You cannot check your ailerons in that plane on the gauge given. Okay, here we go again. I'm going to kind of aim over to the other side here. You'll see why in a second. We're basically repeating what we just did. So PT test 1, PT test 2, just in a little different order. Airspeed, and we're going to come over a little more. Okay, let's do our test. Good. Okay. And round out 30.06 and no audible, folks. Go hallelujah. See? And you can see how that affects the localizer indication, center line, if you will. All right, let's go back into center. We've got another row to check. Now, there are no tests down here. We've already tested our HSIs with the up, left, down, rights. This just gets removes the yoke. All right, so down here, I'm going to go ahead. Okay, Now, for the younger generation here, there was these things before LCD screens called CRTs. They actually had to be warmed up. Yeah, I know. You guys go, what? The computer screens don't need to be warmed up. CRTs did. I'd say talk to your folks, but there are some of you that may have folks that never heard of a CRT. So, all right, so progressing across nothing. We've got our brakes. We'll come back to this in just a second and work our way over here. And that's warming up as well. All right, in the middle, we have our stabe trim, which we'll set later. Spoilers are down, flaps are up. Real quick check. Should be in the up position, should show 0 and 0. So your inboard and your outboard flaps and slats are all up. In the middle, throttle. Configuration check. That's what that is, saying you're not configured for takeoff. Check things. Now in the newer planes, they'll actually tell you what to check. In these planes, that's all you got. Okay, your start levers are in idle cutoff, which is all the way down. All the way up is in idle, high altitude, as we learned in Bogota, folks. Go back and watch that if you don't understand it. We could not get started. We had to put the start switches in rich to get things to work. Parking brake is set, and the stabe trim cuts are in the cutout position. Nav radios. Now, neat thing about these folks, you get an obnoxious person that thinks he has to be heard from St. Louis in Antarctica. That sim was supposed to have corrected that, but obviously people go in and say, I have to be heard. When I key up, the world listens. Wrong. We can now turn you down and save our eardrums. Same with controllers that do the same thing. You can also, when the PA messages are going, turn them up to hear them or turn them down not to hear them or just barely hear them. Whatever is comfortable for you, both sides of the column here. So that's pretty cool. Now, this is what an INS box looks like. We are not flying on INS. It's way too cumbersome. Already a way too cumbersome checkout for this plane to get it ready to roll. That's one reason. Two, there's other reasons we may or may not get into. It's really irrelevant. We're not running with them. We're going to play with the FMC. But you can use it for what's my wind? And other things you see around the knob, it will display. Of course, your transponder and your NDBs. Moving further back, you have your EPR, or FRATS, I should say. Don't ask me what it stands for. I'm not pulling the manual up to get it. We'll stay in takeoff dry, which is TOD. And our radar currently is in standby, and I'm going to run the paddle up to 5 degrees. So it's pointing 5 degrees in the air. And then our control panels, we're going to dial back just a little because I think they're too bright up here. Okay, I think we've done enough. All right, so there you go, folks. There's a tour of the cockpit. Oh, and our pre-flight is now complete. Let's head over here and go start seeing what are we flying today. All right, this is really... First off, wasn't on the real plane. But secondly, you also see with frame rates running like they are, it's a good chance we will not be on VATSIM. You need to be here in the 20s or higher. Otherwise, you'll get kicked from VATSIM. VATSIM will include weather, which I think we do have a little here. Let's look out. Yeah, we got some cloudiness. But the New York City area is a very scenery-rich area, and if you throw VATSIM traffic into it, weather into it, it just nosedives frame rates. You got to have one of the big supercomputers out there to be able to run solid here in New York City. All right, so we're going to run, it looks like 284 people, 30,200 pounds of cargo. Now you're going, well, where's your fuel? Okay, let's go look at it, shall we? As the item says, load calculator. Okay, folks, that's the key on here. Just calculates. This is where you set it up. So you've set up, and I use the presets, 25% for cargo, 75% for passengers. So that resulted in 284 passengers. So you can see the breakdown. You can change them by rolling your mouse over it. You can see how it changes. I don't want to change it. I want it right where it's at. So that sets up the airplane's load. Now, fuel. Yes, SimBrief does a great job. However, we were weights were off too, but we're going to leave out of here with 201,157 pounds. I'm planning a 10% contingent. Alternate is 100 miles away, and a taxi fuel of 20 minutes, which may be very generous, or might actually be under. We're heading eventually to 39,000, but we're going to start at 35,000. Step climb our way up just like you do. That's how you do this, folks. The Boeing circles are just at one flight level from point A to point B. If you look at them on a Boeing site, they may have changed that. But through step climbing, literally you could not fly from LA to Tokyo if you went by the Boeing site stats. However, every day of the week, 747s were going from LA to Tokyo, even I think as far as Hong Kong. Don't quote me on that. Through the art of step climbing, getting up when you're lighter to the better winds, or staying in the favorable winds, depending on, going west is tougher than going east, obviously, winds. So, and we're going to see that here when we get into the pre-brief. Tailwind, for the most part, 20 knots. Again, so that's what brought us to a 201 value here. Payload, 0 fuel, and so forth. And here's our CGs. The good thing is most of these CGs we don't have to deal with because it's not the Airbus 11. Okay, now, how do you take this, put it actually into the plane instead of in a calculator? Hit the home button, refuel, guess what that does? You got it, refuels it. So you just click your load data sheet. It's going to tell you what it's going to pump in. Should be this value here. It's already loaded. That's why we're not doing it. And then you can either pump it in or bring it, work it. I personally just do instant. I've had a little trouble with that. I haven't tried it of late. I want to try it, not on stream, to see if I can get it to work properly. To physically load the people and cargo, you come to the payload page. And again, click use load data. You're going to get your people. You're going to get your cargo. You can either instantly load, which it will do in a snap, or you can board them and watch them straggle onto the plane. Cargo does it. It's just right on the plane in a blink of an eye almost. And it'll close the cargo doors. Won't close the main door. So, and then you're currently loaded. Currently, we have a crew of 16, plus our 284 passengers, plus 30,200 pounds of cargo. We're all set, buttoned up, ready to go to Brussels. I hope you are. And then you can see a few more items you can work with here. You can remove chocks, which we'll do here in a second. We're not going to disconnect until the APU's up and going, but you can see the cargo doors have closed and the main door still open. All right, so let's get Sim Toolkit in here. Actually, first thing, I'm going to get the APU up and running. All right, APU, let me just kind of slide up here. Right here, folks. This is all dealing with the APU, from the fire indication bottles and what have you, tests and squib tests, to starting it. Turn it on, make sure the fuel valve opens. Guess what? It's automatic on this plane, just like it is the 400. See, it's already up and running. I don't have to turn it on. Then you want to wait for the door to open, and then just go to start. Like always, 3 count. And there it goes, firing up. Okay, make sure everything is stabilized. Close the top half of the APU auxiliary power generation, and then we'll go to the generators here. First, I want to do a check. Oh, I'm on the wrong one. That's why it's looking weird. Oh, no. Yeah, I am. Here they are. All right, I'm going, why is the battery on? Okay, so that's good. Here, we want to check how the AC is doing. So we can click APU. We got 400 hertz and 115 volts on Gen 1. Engine gens are off. How about APU Gen 2? Looks good. All right, so now come back up here. Close what I call the bottom half. And of course, obviously, it takes us off external power, which means we can come over here.
Cockpit to ground. Disconnect ground power.
We can disconnect.
Ground power disconnected.
All right, so there you have it. APU is now running. Now let's do our pre-brief with Sim Toolkit. Okay, there is Sim Toolkit, folks. Flight planning, loadout. Here's the route, folks, crossed. We'll just click Fly Now. And then I'm going to put the routing again back up in here. All right, so you can see what we're going to be doing out of here. The bad thing is JFK is never a quiet, really, the only time you're ever going to probably ever find it quiet, and I'm going to say that may even be a stretch, is like 2 or 3 in the morning. U.S. time. Again, I think that's even a stretch. All right, but you can see how we're starting to head up towards the North Atlantic. We'll talk about that in a second. So we're going to go to Merritt, Hartford, PUT, Which, ALLEX, and then head up to ELSIR, and then enter the North Atlantic track Yankee over to DOGAL, BEXET, REVNU, DEXEN, grab another airway to AMPIT, and then right across over to Brussels for 25 right. Okay. All in all, we're looking at about a 6.5 hour flight time. Obviously, a little more put in for us to get it going. All right. Again, loadout. They're going to have us at 2,000 or 284, but they didn't give us our 30,000 in cargo. That's fine. We set it up our way. Here's our altitudes. We may not get 39 out of it. We'll see. Han down to 29. And what? Han? Coming over Han? Oh, I guess we are coming over Hanley. Didn't know that. Gotta love that when the pilot, it kind of caught me off guard. I wasn't expecting Hanley. That's usually a Heathrow approach. But we're coming down through the UK that way. All right, and then VABIK at 23,000, which I'm not sure where VABIK hides. We're not going to worry about that now. We'll do our best for these, not guaranteeing anything. All right, and then let's continue this. Weather. Here at JFK, we're looking at 250 at 9. Yes, that does really favor 22 right. It could also favor 3 1s. Just saying, could. We'll look and see. Don't worry, I have a trick up my sleeve. 9 miles of visibility. Sky's got a ceiling at 4,100 feet. Folks not worried about a 4,100 foot ceiling or 9 miles of visibility. There is no minimums out there other than maybe something, well, no, because it's all above ground. I was going to say maybe like Aspen, but no, you can get out even under that. So we're good for departure. 5 degrees here, 30:07. So we'll make the adjustment when we get back. Okay, there in Brussels, 310 for the wind. It's a little warmer, not by much. And 310 at 4. Clear visibility, okay. So 7 degrees, 1033 on to QNH. All right, folks, so I think we're ready to go. Let's take a look at a couple of things here. Bear with me. We're not going to use this one. Mainly because, yeah, it's not connecting. Okay. All right, so we'll put it up here. Here's the routing, folks, as you can see. We're here in JFK. We'll be doing the JFK 5 departure. So let's go in here and look at it real quick. I brought up SID, or star. I need a SID. There's the JFK 5. All right, so now, like I said, we have potentially the option for 3-1 left, 2-2 right for departure. Now, if we do 2-2 right, which is the longer of the 2-2s, we could just do a straight out departure and then work our way around to Merritt. However, if we shoot off on the 3-1s, we are then going to have to fly the Canarsie climb to Canarsie to Ringer and then work our way up to Merritt right up here. Okay, so right now I'll stick with the 2-2 departure, but we're going to check the ATIS real world to see how this is playing out. All right, so departure. Real world departures are 2-2 right. So the 3-1s are not even given an option. So that means probably something's up here with LaGuardia. Why? Okay, so again, 24010, overcast 4200, and 2-2 left and right in use. So that's what we're going to do, stick with the 2-2s. Another way to look for this, folks. Actually, hang on, bear with me a second. put that down here. Okay. I don't know. Can I put that in? Let's see. Nope, I can't. All right, so we're not going to even worry about it. Doesn't give me a transition to work with, so we're not going to. The DES is up here. We're not doing the DES. So we'll just do that. Oh, dang it. Sorry, meant to click cancel, then flights. There we go. Okay, so let's get rid of the nav graph and go to DATIS. Folks, let me show you where you can get this. This is probably one of the best tools for those of us long-haul pilots. I love flying these kinds of flights, folks. However, the problem always was I never could figure out, 'cause, folks, you got 6 to 10 hours of flying. You would think you could get an idea where you're going to land, what runway. Well, you can't. And throw in the variable of VATSIM, changing the runways, because that controller doesn't know what he's doing. And that does happen quite a bit. It's sad, but it does. So this is a great tool. This tells you in the U.S., Puerto Rico, Anchorage, and Hawaii what the current ATIS is for the real environment of that airport at that time. So we just go to this site, click the facility, click, in our case, JFK, and it's going to be exactly what we just read. So there are going to be some delays out at JFK right now because they're really running, ultimately, yes, 2 runways, but ultimately one's landing, one's taking off instead of using the other 2. And for all we know, there could be construction going on is why those are out. Who knows? Who knows why they're not in the real world? But we're going to go and plan the 2-2 right departure. So remember I told you we have not put our flight plan into the FMS? Well, we're about to. Hawker 125, JFK to 6. You really need to just get up one day and just fly it. And you're just so set on that JFK to Singapore run. That 18 to 19 hour flight, you ought to just plan and fly it. Welcome in, sir. Welcome in. And folks, if you haven't done so already, check out Hawker when he is up. Hang on a second. Here, I'll give you a little background on the man. He has a Hawker 125 fuselage in his garage that he hopes to one day turn into a full working simulator minus the full motion for either whatever sim he decides to land on. So, yeah, check him out, see the progress. He's not up a lot, but when he is, folks, check him out. Give him a follow, and he'd sure appreciate you. All right, so let's do this. Let me get Sim Toolkit out of here. And let's get this flight planned up real quick. And I'm going to do it the easy way, folks. You're going to not like it, but it's so much easier this way. So route menu, company list, JFK to Brussels. There it is. Okay. Now we need to get our departure in. We said 22. Which one did we say? 22 right. And by the way, folks, that will give us 12,079 feet of runway. Execute. All right, and there's our legs. We can go through it real quick. Okay, so this takes us out to ELSIR, which starts the North Atlantic Track Yankee. Then we have track 5050 north, 5240 These are actually coordinates, so it's 50 north, 050 west, 52 north, 040 west, 54 north, 030 west, 54 north, 020 west, DOGAL, BEXET, and that right there at BEXET, you leave the track in the Irish airspace. I don't know if we're over Ireland or we're very close, but anyway. And then you head for the UK and then down into Belgium. Looking good all the way. We'll worry about the arrival once we get to the arrival. For now, let's just deal with this. Okay, VNAV. Takeoff all looks good. Transition altitude good. Next page is cruise, 35,000. And then the next page will be descent. We'll get our transition level en route. All right, so we are ready. I'm just going to set this one to progress, this one to F plan, wait a minute, to legs. And there it is, folks. We're loaded. I did it that way because you could see this would take a while to put all of those fixes in, airways and fixes. So I just opted to do it the quick down and dirty. All right, so let's do it, folks. Time to button the plane up or get very close to it and do our pre-start checks. And these are by a real crew, so you get an idea how they work.
Before start checklist, please. Gear lever and lights. Damn.
Gears down, 3 green. Did I leave something out of whack back here? Okay, we can skip it. Let's just go ahead and check it.
Brakes. Hold on.
Okay, hang on. Now I'm starting to get concerned. Another check.
Start levers. Off. Radios. On and check. Flight control hydraulic power. On. INS. Check and nav. Compasses. Slaved. Window heat. On. Seatbelts and no smoking. On. Emergency lights. Armed. Exterior lights.
Okay, this one is legit. Okay, what they're wanting is we're ready to push, so they wanted that beacon on. Not yet.
Flight instruments. Check. Altimeters and clocks. 1018. Set and cross check. Radio INS switches. Radio. Radar and transponder. Standby. Indicator lights. Check. Engine and wing anti-ice. Off. Stall warning. Check. Mach airspeed warning. Check. Auto brakes. Check and off. Body gear steering. Arm. Anti-skid. On. Autopilot and flight director. Check and off. Takeoff warning. Check. Auto flight enunciators. Check.
This one's problematic.
GPWS. Check. Instrument warning. Check. Flight director computer selectors. Check. Instrument source selectors. Normal. Reserve brake valve. Closed. Spoilers. Down. Static selectors. Normal. Oxygen mask and regulator. Check and emergency off. Brake pressure. Hold on.
All right, so that's telling me I already know.
Check. Stabilizer trim. Check and on. Rudder and aileron trim. Check. Checklist completed.
All right, that last one, folks, was referring to this. I didn't check it close enough, and it was probably down here in the yellow, maybe even further. To get around that, you just come up here, electric pump on. When the engines fire off, it automatically goes off. All right, now there will be a couple on here as well. Do not know why this one brakes is always a tricky one with this one. I don't know why. The parking brake is set. We'll get done with the flight and it won't, like when I take the brakes off, it'll tell you brakes are set, brakes are off, whatever. You get to your destination, that doesn't work, and I don't know why. So let's get into what the first officer goes through, and then we're going to get out of here.
Battery on. APU panel.
This one right
Check.
here will be a
Auxiliary
check.
power. Check. Engine oil quantity. Check. Fuel quantity. 2,0,0,8,7,9 pounds. Fuel panel. Let's see.
Okay, now they're wanting the fuel pumps on. We'll go ahead and oblige.
Check and set. Pressurization controls. Check and set. Bleed controls. Let's see.
Okay, bleeds are on.
EPR computer. Let's see.
Okay, they want it set it go around. I'll keep it at takeoff dry. No, that is not top of descent. It's takeoff dry, and we'll go with that setting so we can again click checked.
Circuit breakers. Check. Indicator lights. Check. Electrical panel. Check and set. Air conditioning controls. Wait. Check and set. Fire control and wing overheat panels. Check and set. Equipment cooling. Check. Passenger oxygen. Check. Hydraulic panel. Check and set. Fuel jettison panel. Check. Crew oxygen. On. Oxygen mask and regulator. Check and emergency off. ADPs off. Checklist completed.
All right, next one's after we start up, so let's get going. All right, so now let me first take care of a couple of things on our end. We're going to set our performance state up. So I just clicked load sheet to fill in our weights and CGs. We're going to go flaps 20. Now, again, we're on a 12,079 foot runway. If you look, it'll only increase in thousands or hundreds. So we'll go 100 for that 12,100. The airport is at 13. Again, we'll make it 0. Runway heading 224, so that'll be 220. And slope, don't think there is one on this, but we'll double check. Nope. Okay. Now, working our way down. Runway is dry. Temperature here. As of 31 minutes ago, they're showing 5 degrees. Barometric pressure, now they're showing it at 03. Where was I getting that other number? Now they're showing it at 03. Okay. Winds. 240 at 10. Okay, so it's all set. You got your flaps at 20, your airport elevation and all set. So here is our results. 139 for V1, 147 rotate, 157 V2. Set the speed bugs. So what you're going to see is V1, V rotate. We're not going to get V2. Flaps 10. Flaps 5, flaps 1, flaps up. So if we look over here, you can see the bugs have moved. Okay, so we're ready to go. And again, our next checklist is the after start. Okay. Okay, the jetway is away. Here comes better pushback.
Ground to cockpit. Please show me where you want to go. Ground to cockpit. Tow is driving up.
Okay, beacon's coming on. The reason I'm not on VATSIM, it's not because New York and I don't see eye to eye a lot. Really, it's frame rates. The frame rates will not support me here, especially at night. All right, so let's get up here.
Cockpit to ground. Remove the chocks.
It's the frame rates. Not staying above 20, so it's not worth it. Maybe when we get over the ocean, we can. But not right now. That's not fair to the controller. Even though I don't necessarily see eye to eye with them.
Okay, all doors and hatches are closed. Ready to connect. Tow connected and bypass pin inserted. Release parking brake.
Parking brake released.
Starting pushback, and you may start engines.
Okay, let's let it get back a little bit. Actually, we're going to go ahead and start. I disregard. Let's do it. Start valve. I know why. I have not got the bleeds on. That's why the pack.
Ready to start the engines. Ready for engine start.
Okay. To start them up, what you're going to do here, folks. Get the down arrow here. I'm using system 2. I used system 1 last time.
Starting engine 3.
Starter valve open.
Once you have starter valve open and the green light over you, you can let go. I come down here and I look from here back to the engineer stand and watch as we build up. At 20, he's going to say 20% and 1. Then you can move your fuel switch to idle.
%, and 2.
Okay, and up.
Fuel on. Light up.
Otherwise, if you're high altitude, you may have to go rich. Get the engine turning.
Starter off.
Once you get starter off, and then go to idle.
Engine stabilized.
If you don't get that and you don't see any of your gauges moving or anything, probably start at X-plane 11 and X-plane 12. So go up, remove that check mark, display older versions, and you'll be good to go. Okay, we're going to go ahead, start up at number 4 again.
Starting engine 4.
System 2.
Starter valve open.
Okay. And then we're going to start 1 and 2 together.
%, and 2.
Fuel on. Light up.
And then you could look up here to watch it spooling up,
Starter off.
spooling up and getting to the proper pressures and all.
Operation complete. Go ahead and set the parking brake.
Parking brake set.
Disconnecting tow. Stand by.
Engine stabilized.
Hey, told you we're going to do both 1 and 2 together.
Starting engine 1.
Starter valve open.
Starting engine 2.
Starter valve open.
Tow is disconnected and bypass pin has been removed. Hand signal on the left. We'll see you next time and have fun up there.
We plan to. Thanks for flying with Mike.
20% and 2.
Fuel on. Light up.
20% and 2.
Fuel on. Light up.
Okay, all 4 engines are now running.
Starter off.
Let's get over here. See our pins.
Starter off.
And she'll get out. That's our pins that she's holding. At night, it's sometimes favorable to do a quick light check, light shot at her. That way she knows we saw her. Waiting for stabilized, ×2.
Engine stabilized.
Okay, that's one engine.
Engine stabilized.
There we go. All right, let's move over here. Okay, so we got our engines going. Okay, the engine's now controlled, so we can shut the APU down. Now I gotta remember, I think it's all valves open. And I think when we take off, actually it's when we get airborne, we'll shut these off and run with these on. So that way fuel is still getting to these outer engines. Okay. All right, so we're ready. Let me just check it out. Okay, so we need the flight recorder, start switches are off, beacons on, brake pressure, start levels, idle, engine, anti-ice. We're not going to use it. Electric panel setup, pack valves open, door warning lights out, hydraulic panel set, flight recorder, here we go.
After start checklist.
Flight recorder.
On.
Start switches.
Off.
Beacon lights.
On.
Brake pressure.
Check.
Start levers.
Idle detent.
Engine and the ice.
Off.
Electrical panel. Check. Pack valves. Open. Dual warning lights. Out. Hydraulic panel. Check. Flight recorder. On. After start checklist completed.
Okay, we are ready for the taxi checks and ready to go.
Flaps 20.
Okay, takeoff data, EPR, all set. Stabilizer trim, all right. We get that, folks, back here at our performance calculations. Stabilizer will be at 4.1. And just to make sure we extend the green bar with it. I know, very technical switch here, folks. Okay, probe heats. On. Let's go ahead and turn the nacelles on just to be safe.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is your captain speaking. On behalf of the entire crew, welcome aboard the Boeing 747 Classic. We will depart shortly after we have our clearance and the cabin crew is finished with their preparations. For now, I wish you a pleasant flight, and I will be back during the flight with further flight information. Cabin crew, arm slides.
All doors are closed and armed. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your chief flight attendant, and on behalf of our captain and the entire crew, I wish you welcome on board.
Okay, let's go through it and see what... Oh, we do have one more thing to do. Okay, we said we'd talk about it when we got to it. Flight controls are up. We're going to be using this gauge right here. See how the ailerons work? Make sure they center. elevator. Rudder. All right, I was just checking something. Kept hearing some there we go. All right, I turned it down a little. Let's run that check and think we have it all. Flight controls, yaw damper, seatbelts, APU, futes off. Engineer panel set, aft cargo heat on. Here we go, and we're starting our taxi.
Taxi checklist, please.
That's
Flaps.
why I clear it.
Flaps 20.
Flaps 20.
Takeoff data. EPR and airspeed bugs.
Set and cross-check.
Stabilizer trim.
Set in green band.
Probe heat.
On.
Flight controls.
Check.
Yaw dampers.
Check.
Seatbelts and shoulder harness.
Check.
APU. Off. Fuel heat. Off. Totalizer and gross weight. Set. Flight engineer and pilot panels. Check. Aft cargo heat. Normal. Seatbelts and shoulder harness. Check. Taxi checklist completed.
Parking brake released.
All right. Actually, it's not too bad with the controllers, Hawker, but yeah, I get it. You got to get back to the grind, though. But yeah, I mean, I just don't like when controllers decide to change the environment we're in because they don't know what they're doing. If they don't know what they're doing, don't even control the airport. So that's where I come from with that. But that's not why we're not on with New York approach here. It's quite frankly, those frame rates are staying too much below 20. You can see the stuttering here. Hopefully with the new betas about to release from X-Plane for 12.1.0, we'll see it increase or help in this arena. And it just might be, folks, I need a new computer. And if that's the case, it is what it is. So I'm not like a lot of people out there. I don't believe I have to have the latest, greatest Mondo Condo computer to hit the market every 6 days. Because quite frankly, that's how Microsoft works. As you all are starting to grumble about, is you're going to have to buy new computers and get all that payware bought again for the new Microsoft. I got kind of tired of that too. But with that long 13 or whatever years it ended up being in between sims, that was really nice. Alright folks, we are taxiing out to runway 22. Enjoy your day there, Mr. Hawker. Thanks for stopping by. Alright, we'll finish off this taxi here, folks, and we'll be getting ready to take to the air. Okay, icing considerations cabin's been alerted.
Cabin ready.
Okay, we're going across 3-1 right. Transponder. TARA. And ignitions to get ready here. Alright folks, there is a nice click spot right here that puts them all in position. The only switch I want to have left to do Okay.
Before takeoff checklist.
Icing considerations.
Check.
Cabin alert.
Check.
Transponder.
Check.
Ignition.
Flight start.
Body gear steering.
Damn.
We'll hold at that. There's a reason why it saves the landing gear. It's what helps us turn tighter here on the ground. Roger. Clipper 3-4 clear for takeoff. 2-2 left. All right, so body gear steering. Now that we're on the runway straightened out. Okay, everything's dark. Good.
Disarm.
Pack valves. Closed. Pressurization mode selector. Auto. Fuel boost pumps. On. Cross feed valves. Let's see. Check. Before takeoff checklist completed.
All right, here we go, folks. Let's go to EPR down here.
Stabilized. Thrust set.
Knots. V1. Rotate. Positive rate. Gear up. Gears up. Flaps 5. Flaps 1. Flaps up.
All right, at about 5 miles out, we made our turn. Roger, continue to due north. Ebbr 3-4 heavy. Okay, let's take a look at the after takeoff stuff, see what we've already got. Gear lever, landing lights go off at 10,000. Got about 1,000 to go on that. Ignition stays on, seat belts, pack valves are open, fuel heat. Get that turned on. Auto. Okay. Make sure our engines are in good shape.
10,000.
Okay. Back to VS. All right, folks, sorry about that. I realized I muted to talk to the wife. 317, getting on course. Okay, over to here, we need to get to 317. We've got about 42 miles to Merritt, so.
After takeoff checklist.
Gear lever.
Off.
Landing and logo lights.
Off.
Ignition.
Check.
Seat belts and no smoking sign.
Check.
Pack valves. Open. Fuel heat. Auto. After takeoff checklist completed.
All right, folks, we are on our way. There's our descent checklist, which is next. As you can see, we're on our way up, and you can see just getting out of that New York City cluster there, we're already back up into the upper 30s. Every now and then a drop, but the further we pull out of New York City, the better, more stable the frame rates become, more easily able to run on VATSIM. There's, I believe, 16. Yeah. So that's why we're not on VATSIM. Ultimately, it's just. What do I have this? Oh, these are my alternates en route. Okay. I was trying to figure that out. What the heck? All right. And for some reason, the sim brief did not thing. Kjfk, welcome. Hope you're having a great day, headed towards your part of the world. Be up on North Atlantic Track Yankee here in about an hour or two. And where are we at? Just about 18,000 feet, folks, which is the transition level. We set then our altimeters to transition, or to our standard level, 2992. All right, and we're on our way, folks. And you're all going, why did you pick this hour of the day to fly? Folks, this is when most of your transatlantic flights from the States to Europe fly. Trying to figure out why my dog is growling and woofing a little. Oh, FedEx is next door. That's why. He's allowed to be there, sir. I know y'all may not be able to hear him, but he is kind of woofing at him. Kind of funny. So let's just continue this climb on up. We've been airborne now 12 minutes, looking at a 7-hour journey at this level. Let's get up and get some better winds and see how this turns out. So, but yeah, right now we're looking at about 7 hours to Europe. But yeah, most, if not, well, no, not all, because there are some flights that do a daylight run out of the United States early, around lunchtime, headed over, and they get in pretty early in the morning. Matter of fact, I think they're late at night when they get in. But anyway, for the majority, they take off between, 5 o'clock at the earliest, and usually till about 10 o'clock as they get set up. So basically their goal is to try to get you there just before hotels, a little bit earlier this flight would, but then when hotels would be available for check-in. Kind of how a lot of this works, check out and check in. So the planes there takes about 4.5, 5 hours to turn them around. It's a lot of fuel that goes in these planes, folks. A lot of other things, you know, they've got to be loaded. So it's about I think 4 hours is probably about average on an airliner of today, but this one could get up to about 5 hours because they may even reconfigure slightly the cabin for something, you know, coming on board. Who knows? So, all right, so we're climbing out over Boston airspace, headed for the Atlantic. And back before this change in our services that happened with airlines, really, a flight crew could take off from the U.S., fly over, and they'd have, I think, I'd have to be corrected, I think 2 crews, they'd go over and come back. There was, or they'd go into the hotel, catch the plane in the morning. So, either way, get the point. It was really set up so that plane could literally go over to Europe, turn around, come back to the U.S., turn around, and do that same route again, over and over and over. Now, the crew would have to go to a hotel most likely, or backup crew fly it back there in reserve. But today, everything's changed, and I don't even know what would be like. I know for some pilots I've heard, they don't like the amount of time now they have to stay and all of that. And some are just not bidding for these routes, and it's making it rough. So, I get it. I've been there. I know what it's like to be away. All right, we're getting up there to Mach 0.765 and working our way up to 0.85 is what we're going to end up at 35,000 feet. But we'll switch into a Mach climb once our Mach gets to about 81, 82. And maybe even I'll take it all the way up to 85, and we'll see. tell you this much. It has been a blessing from God the last few days, this weather, and we'll take it. I know there's a monster storm off the west coast of the U.S. Not sure what all it's going to do in the interior here in St. Louis, but here in rain. But wow, I've heard winds, hurricane strength out there. So wish them well, and flash flooding potential and all of that good stuff. So hopefully, and it's a drought, parched area, so hopefully the rains aren't as heavy, and they help to erase some of that deficit. Trying to get over the hump at 30,000 feet here. And now you're seeing, folks, a lot of the reason I don't fly at night. It's just very hard to see the airplane, very hard to see what you try to show images of, just very difficult, let alone the frame rate hit, that the transition from night to morning and day to evening, night is sometimes a little hard on the computers. Then you throw in New York City and yeah. But again, welcome aboard Flying with Mike. We are on a very long trip. We're down to, well, folks, when we first started, I was talking at about 16, 17 to 20,000, no more. We had over 7 hours and 11 minutes to travel to Brussels. Since then, we have climbed about 10 to 20,000 feet, and now looking at just under 5 hours, or just under 6 hours at 5 hours 58 minutes, and we're still got a little climb left in her as we build up to 8.85. Always keep this in the back of your mind, though, folks. Everyone loves to go east across the pond. Usually can cut it almost an hour sometimes off your en route times. But you got to come back. So that hour you gained because of that nice tailwind pushing you along the jet stream, just so lazy and nice, turns into a mean headwind. As a matter of fact, many airlines were flying Airbus 319, 320, 737s across the pond, which is great going east. Told you, it's easy. Coming back, they're having to stop for fuel. Just can't make it back because the winds are just killing them too much. 757s were even dumping into Portsmouth Just can't make it back, but everything else is pretty good so long as you plan for that. So yeah, it's a double-edged sword. It's great to go, but boy, that sword flips over, cuts like a knife on the way back, making your time a lot longer. And that's why the schedules are the way. If you look at them, you'll see they do pad in that may not get 33 out of this plane. Kind of watching here. Let's go to mock climb right now. Okay, yeah, we're gonna set for 33, I think.
Thousand level off.
Okay, we're gonna set for 33, let her burn some fuel off, and reconfigure at that point. May not make 39,000 now. All right, I think we've got her in cruise. Let's go ahead, be nice back here.
Seatbelt sign. However, we recommend keep your seatbelt fastened while in your seat. In a few moments, the cabin crew will be passing through the cabin with hot or cold drinks, as well as a light meal. Alcoholic drinks are also available at a nominal charge. Sit back and relax and enjoy the flight.
All right, so we're going to level at 33,000. Take a look at our flight plan. Yeah, we may only go to 37 now. All right, so we'll see how that works out. Looking at this, we were supposed to carry 35,000 had we loaded the way this says to ELSIR and then up to 37 for most of the way. If not all the way. Yeah, all the way across the North Atlantic, then bump up to 39. So we'll kind of see how it's going. Looking at our fuel, make sure we're burning like we're supposed to. Okay, at about 35, I'm going to kick the boost pumps back in. And so we got a little bit of a ways to go, folks. I want y'all to enjoy the flight. Enjoy. We are going to take one of many breaks here, folks. This is long distance flying at its best. And across the pond is usually just at a pretty easy hop. A lot like flying New York to LA, maybe a little further, but or Boston to LA. But you know, folks, just plan on a few breaks, enjoy, pack some coffee, pack some sandwiches. We got about 5 hours, 45 minutes to go to get over to Brussels. Hope you enjoy the flight. All right, folks, we're back with you. Sorry for that. Needed to use the restroom and check on mail and all that good stuff. But yeah, we're standing at 5 hours, 36 minutes to Brussels, Belgium. So, coffee. Gotta have coffee on this run. Just see what these tables have back here. Not 100% sure. I'm even sure how that chart's read, but we'll give it about a half hour to an hour at this level, and then we'll try for flight level 350. Again, the goal in step climbing is usually an hour or two at your flight level. That it lowers the plane's weight so that it makes it easier to climb into the better, more favorable weather, and you can do this quite a bit. So, like I said, the old Boeing circles that told you the range of the 200, well, they could push that out by step climbing. That's how you made it from LA to San Francisco. Yeah, you step climbed that 300 miles. No, to Tokyo, Shanghai, and Hong Kong. So we'll just kind of cruise along here and as we push through, it says here, I did not know this was called the Gulf of Maine. Huh, didn't know that. Can actually set that up here as well. So there we go. And looking at Sim Toolkit, we're working our way towards the North Atlantic. We got probably a good another hour and a half, 2 hours to get up there. And then we'll go across in about 3 to 4 hours to get in there. So, you know, we've got a good little haul ahead of us, but ought to be hopefully interesting and unique for a lot of people. A lot of people just do the 1 to 2 hours and an occasion, and that's me, 1 to 2 for streaming. Boy, when I mean, I used to crank these up all the time, folks. And a lot of times, like with the PMDG 777, you could set the plane up, let it fly from New York to Tokyo, go off, do things. It'll step climb its way up. Just make sure you're not offensive. They get very upset when they can't get a hold of you. Step climb your way up, put you over there. It pauses at top of descent. You get home, you land it, and call it a day. So, but the VAs I fly for these days aren't very keen to top of descent pauses very long anymore. One used to be, and that's who I flew almost exclusively with, but they started kicking that. That was funny because the CEO would say that's how he does it. And then he's still the CEO, but he's changed his ways since. That's okay though. We all age, we all change. Just always have found that ironic. The funny thing is, folks, on this kind of a flight, those lights would be a lot dimmer this morning. Most people would be wanting to sleep to get that jet lag out of them. Because remember, folks, you took off. It was, well, in summertime, we'll just use summertime because that's the worst. You take off, it's daylight here, going into evening. You're landing morning or dawn, if not morning already, going into lunch. And your body has a hard time, but then flip it. Oh, you're taking off evening and landing early afternoon here because of the time changes. And by the way, your watch, it's on your watch, it's unreal. You're going to gain 4 hours en route. So you're flying a, what do we say, 6-hour flight with a 4-hour time change, 5 hour, I think it is actually. That's 11 hours on your body that you never went through. Vice versa, you take off, coming back at say 9, 10, 11, and by the time you fly the 6, 7, 8 hours back, plus lose the 4 to 5 hours, it can be a time, it's a time machine, folks, literally flying from here. And the Concorde technically could be considered one. Because sometimes you took off in London or Paris and landed looking at your watch if you didn't keep it up to date with time zones before you took off. Yeah. If you adjust, you would see, I'm sorry, you'd have to adjust, but you would find you took off, you landed on your watch before you took off. I'm sorry, yeah, you would have to adjust. The fun thing with time zones. The long-haul truckers that I knew that all too well, because going to Los Angeles, you've usually got a 2 to 3 hour pad because of the time zones. However, going from LA to New York, you're already 4 hours behind the ball. Because the time you start, it's already 4 hours later there, so you've lost that 4 hours. You got to make it up if you're really pushed on hard on time. Fun time zones. And this is one of the short haul, long haul flights. Short haul, long. Now start doing what Hawker wants me to do, the JFK to Singapore. Hoo, hoo, hoo. Folks, that's 19 hours in the air. I think it does stand right now as one of the longest flights out there. So, don't look for that on stream, folks. That's way too much time. Those of you that can do it streaming, praise God. I just can't. Not anymore. All right, folks, I am going to take a little bit of a break here, sit with the wife, and I'll be back in about 10, 15 minutes or so. We'll see you then, and enjoy the flight. All right, folks, we're back with you. We're still at 33,000. Let's take a look at our fuel levels. I'm going to go ahead and make the attempt. See what happens. We should be able to make 35 now. All right, and there we go up at about 500 feet a minute. So it's going to take a couple minutes to get up there, folks. But again, welcome back. Thank you for being a part of Flying with Mike. If you're new to the channel, love for you to smash that follow button. So that way we can see you on our next trips. Our next flight will most likely be Tuesday. Not to say there couldn't be something pop up over the weekend, but I think I've got things going on where it could be tight. But something short could always pop up. But by following, you would get an email notice if you've got notifications turned on of us going live. So, and usually I try to put in from where to where. So, but we would love to have you follow the channel. Those of you over on the YouTube channel watching the replay of this flight, if you click subscribe, that will do the same thing, except it's just going to let you know when the next video is released. But we love having you all here. Thank you so much. A little bit about myself. I have been in flight simming since probably about 1999-2000 time frame. So I've been around quite a while, got a lot of hours on VATSIM, probably well over 10,000 hours on VATSIM. And of all the planes out there that I actually like in the real world, the 747 takes the cake. That is the plane that I've always loved. It's a shame they no longer take to the skies that much, other than cargo. But you know, that's how aviation goes. I know a lot of you out there love the 727, and well, they have gone away. So, except for here and there, a charter plane you may find. So, and the 74s will be the same. The 777s are already beginning to be phased out from airline service. So, gives you an idea of how that cycle works. But anyway, I've been around, like I said, since in flight simming since late 90s, early 2000. Started off with FS 2000, I believe, might have been 98, and progressed up to FSX when I finally jumped the so yeah, the 727s do appear to live on, according to Kjfk, in South America, which I think I have seen some posts about that. So yeah, not sure about many places. South Africa may have a couple still lurking about, but they really have gone literally to the boneyards, folks. So, but as for me, I actually do possess a private pilot's license, although sometimes watching on here, I even shake my head going, how did I ever get my private pilots flying like that? But, so, I've been actually in the aviation all of my life. I've always wanted to be a pilot. It's not going to happen now. In the commercial world, who knows what could happen in the private pilot world, that I do possess that license. But to actually be an airline pilot, no. that boat's pretty well sailed at my age, which is fine. I've lived a great life. Yeah, I can't complain. God closed that door on me, but you know, he opened up some amazing doors elsewhere. So always look at that, folks. When you think your dream has come to an end, oh, God's opening another door for you. You just have to find it, grab on, enjoy the ride. So I've got a lot of time here. Now, I've been only streaming for maybe 3.5 years. As with flying X-Plane, I would have jumped boat long ago from Microsoft over to X-Plane if I thought X-Plane was up to those kind of standards that I was looking for. What I was looking for is the flight sim to fill the gap that I couldn't do in the real world. And at that time, I did not see X-Plane doing that. When I came over 3 years ago, it's it's amazing. Give them time, and yeah, they took advantage of it. And Austin and his team put together a phenomenal simulator. Then throw in these developers that have come along, and boy, have they launched a great sim in X-Plane. So, and I'm here now to stay. Not getting into the problems with Microsoft I see. That's for you to learn, unfortunately. So, all right, folks. So, continuing on. So, yeah, that, I've always known it. One door, and folks, I have seen a lot of doors close on my life, but yet every time one closes, another opens up. Sometimes right as the other one's closing. Just watched, matter of fact, on that subject, watched a really good movie on Netflix yesterday. Meant to talk about it, but really didn't find an appropriate time for it. If you haven't seen it, it's called The Hill. And if you ask me what the baseball player's name is, that it's kind of geared around, sorta, kinda, I'd never be able to tell you. But Dennis Quaid was in it, and that's about the only character I know that was in there. I think no, I'm not even going to think his name. I think there was another big name in it, but what a movie. And talking about doors closing, doors opening. Not only on baseball player that it was kind of focusing on, but his father as well. Wow, what a movie that was. Highly recommend it, folks, on Netflix right now, The Hill. So, okay, so we have leveled off again. Let me pull this speed down a little. There we go. And let's come out of into alt hold. And let me see where we're hiding at here. Okay, so Halifax and Newfoundland. All right. Let me see what kind of VORs we're working with out here. Well, we could definitely work with Gander. I think we're way too far off for it. Which, by the way, folks, and this is strictly by memory. It is, I don't fly with the INS. There are reasons, at least valid for me. You all would go, man, you ought to just give it another try. No. No, thank you. Not saying that the INS in this plane I've actually heard is phenomenal. You've got an aircraft that takes almost 45 minutes to an hour to get going, let alone the 35 to 40 minutes to get the INS aligned, let alone. programmed. So that there is the strike, one strike against it. The other two come in from many years back working with INSs and flight sims, and it's just an ugly story that, you know, is in a good place where it's at right now, in the past and left there in the past. I can work with the FMCs. So, and by the way, that's what I ended up going to be able to work with it in the past. So, we've got Gander tuned in, and I'm pretty sure we're well out of range. And we'll be slightly south of it, but not by much, so that ought to be a good. But anyway, where I was going with that, those of you that work the INS got to realize a couple things. It has to stay up to date, or you could end up in some serious drift, meaning you're not on course. Now, once we get past Halifax here, past Gander up here in Newfoundland, and all of this up here, folks, there's no radar. So that's why you do these things called position reporting. Okay, that tells the controller where you are, where your next fix is, how long, next fixed after that, and then one more after that, what your current fuel is, and sometimes they want your speed. So that way they can see what's in and potentially conflicting with you. You get adrift, folks, they're not tracking you. So you could theoretically get adrift until you catch another VOR to update that position updating, where you're off course by maybe a couple hundred miles. Especially if you had an alignment issue on the ground like KAL did. They ended up over Russia and shot down. So just know that's what you're looking for right now, a solid VOR to hook onto, and if you can get a second one, even better, to snap update your INS so that you can go a couple thousand miles across the ocean without being in range of a VOR to keep you. But then you want to have that VOR, you know, closest to your route coming inland, as the Navy would say, feet dry. You want that as quickly as you can tuned in, so that as you're coming in, it picks you up and starts updating your where you are and all in the INS. So very critical you're doing that now. You had a good you should have had a good solid one at JFK, but you've been in the air now, hour and a half, 2 hours, so you got to keep it up to date with VORs. That's why it's critical you keep those VORs up to date up there. So right now, the closest VOR would be Halifax at 1510. We'll just go with that for now. So and there we go. It's 146. Let's see if it's counting up. So we're actually, I think, past it. Yeah, we are. Okay, so we'll actually be coming into range of Gander here soon. Is there any others? Oh yeah, there's one. Sydney. 14.9. Let's see how it works. Okay, we're still coming up on that one. So there you go. You're getting a good catch here. We'll get Gander going across this inlet. You can't see it. There's an inlet we're about to go over. So we'll start picking it up on the other side, and that'll get us a good, fresh update on our INS to get us closer to being on track so we go across correctly. Again, no radar. Radar back in this day Today, the global positioning satellites are beginning to go more and more use on the North Atlantic tracks to where you're at least visible. They're not tracking you yet that way, but you're at least more visible to them. So ADS and all of that comes into play. All of this is working to help the literal blind spots there, Africa, South America, Pacific Ocean flying folks. You get out in the middle, there's nothing radar-wise out there. So they're relying now more on GPS receivers and all into planes and beyond that technology. I hope I did that justice. All right, so Gander ought to be just a little bit on the horizon. I'm going to go ahead and switch up to it. I think we're about to tune it in. 12.7. Okay. All right, so I hope that helps y'all out understanding what it was like to fly these planes back then. Yeah, the INS is all they had. That's a technology that goes back late 60s, folks. Maybe even further than that. Before that, it was shooting stars with a sextant. Literally. Radio frequencies aren't, there'd be buoys along the way casting NDBs. But again, it was an interesting time, folks, trying to get across the Atlantic in 707s, DC-8s, and then the 747 when it came out. I mean, quite literally, places like Thunder Bay, Goose Bay, well, not Thunder Bay, Goose Bay, and Cartwright, and then you'd hit the southern tip of Greenland, and then hop over to Iceland, hop over to either Sweden or England to get into Europe. I mean, that's what it became like, folks, are staying within range to figure out where you are in there. Took the higher tracks, which may not be the most optimum wind. So, I mean, it's really what aviation has done over my lifetime is just incredible, let alone my father's and his father's, with his father seeing flights started and us get to the moon. Less than 100 years, folks, but took centuries to get to. And I mean literal millennia to get to. So look how long it took to get from the wagon wheel to flight. And then from flight to the moon was just incredible. And ideas that we have now, I should say, continuing ideals and not dreams, but aspirations to getting to, folks. The dreams are gone. We're going to get into space soon. Just how and when is always the question. We've already been to the moon, so it's not, that hurdle's done. Now we need to push further. Actually, probably would be right there. Yes, there is. Oh, that's because we should be getting real close to picking up Gander here soon. because we're in that area out in the inlet. Let me kind of show where we are here. We'll just do it off the plane. All right, let's see here. Let's bring up AVTab again. All right, so here's what we're talking about. This strait right here. Cabot Strait. I didn't know that either. Northumber Island Strait. Wow. Huh. Sydney. Okay, so Sydney is good. Okay, we'll use that and then plan on Gander catching us, within this part of the next big island we come up to. All right, folks. Well, I am just kind of cruising along here. We've made it to 35,000. Now, technically, our flight plan says, does it say it when I do this? I don't remember. No, it doesn't. All right, so we are in this flight plan right now, coming up to ELSIR, and then we're going to go to BEXET. And this is where we, ELSIR is where we start the North Atlantic track. We'll hit 50 west, 50 north, 52 west or north. I'm sorry, let me try that again. 50 north, 050 west, 52 north, 040 west, so forth to DOGAL and BEXET. That's the North Atlantic track, Yankee, that we're going to be tracking here. So buckle up. We got quite a ways to go. We're about 4.5. Is that 4.5? Hang on, I just had it. Yeah, about 4.5 to go. So hopefully these winds. Hey, speaking of winds, remember I told you we could use the INS down here for that? Well, let's see what our winds look like. Doesn't know our position because we didn't align. Got a westerly wind at about 48 to 51 knots. Not as brisk as they can be, folks. Got about a ground speed of approximately 526 knots right now. So we are cooking across pretty good at 0.85. Fuel drop out another 5,000 pounds, so about another 30 minutes, and we'll check it again. We should be where I'll switch us into burning down the rest of the middle tanks, and then we'll also kick on those pumps on the outer wings. The goal, folks, is to get within 4,000 pounds of your number 1 and number 4. So we're looking to get close to 33, because what's going to happen when we start our descent, theoretically, with a guaranteed, when you have a flight engineer, he'll put the crossfeed valves, open them for the reserves, allow that to funnel into tanks 1 and 4, which will bring them up. You want them, though, to still stay lighter than 2 and 3, because 2 and 3 is closer to the fuselage. You don't want all that weight out on the wingtips, theoretically, on wingtip. And as you can see, we're beginning to approach the next island here, and Gander has come in. So right now, if we were in full INS, we would be updating and getting it as up to date, making sure the code is correct before we lose Gander. And then once we get up towards Gander, I don't know what else we could pull from. St. John's might be enough to get us to ELSIR, but this one's too far back to help us. Deer Lake Airport. I don't think there's one here. Nope. And this one's way too far. And I think St. John's would be too far out. So we're right now at the critical point of getting it updated. Okay. And then once we leave, we hope, which we won't get close enough to Greenland. Because we would try, that's an NDB. Now you could potentially get it off the NDBs, but it's hard. So you're pretty much on your own. There's no help from the Azores. There's no help from Greenland. I mean, ultimately, you're going to have to wait. Our closest pickup would be Shannon. And that would be dicey at best, too. Kunat would be the other one. That reason being, we go from BEXET up to REVNU. And REVNU, now, if we were to cut straight across Ireland, then that might work out great. And then you'll pick the Shannon up for sure to help you. So that's how you got to be looking at these things. Where are we going to get updates for our INS? Pacific's worse, folks. That's why you see the routing always stood close to the Aleutians. Stayed in range so you could keep it updating off those VORs off the Aleutian. Even though they're at the 160 range, 200, you were still able to get it to update. Or shooting up from below. So, which there really isn't anything between them. So, yeah, that's why you notice your tracks the way they are. Nowadays, they can use more of the North Atlantic. So, anyway, I know, long drawn, boring stories there. Sorry, folks. Hope there's a nugget or two learned from it, but I get it. We're not commercial pilots. Some are aspiring to be. And I'm not talking about this guy because he's past that age requirement. So, all right, so let's just continue our cruise on and see how it goes. All right, folks, and checking, of course, a little too late for us to use, but the Pan Am website that we do fly for is back up and running. So feel free, folks, if you are not part of Pan Am and you want to fly vintage airline like Pan Am, hey, check them out. They're a good bunch of people. Here's that website. Great software. It's tied to, well, first off, you bid in December in a way. their bid page takes you through SimBrief and puts it up for you. Then you start your flight, and then you start their ACAR system all interwoven. And it's really neat to watch. So check them out, folks. Great bunch of people. Just great things. And look forward to seeing you in the skies over here at PA Virtual. Papa or Pan Am Virtual. So. All right, folks, we are going to take one of those breaks. Let me first, I'd like to get us back up online. You see just what we're facing coming in. Okay, not too awful bad. A lot of east-west traffic going on, though. Just stay offline. Let's see how the frame rates are holding. Now they're in the 30s. That's always good. So I'm going to take a break. Let's see how things pan out, and maybe we'll be able to get online with VATSEN. All right, we'll take a break. We'll be back shortly, folks. We're on our way to Brussels, Belgium. Echo Bravo Bravo Romeo. Flying Pan Am Clipper 34. Pan Ams were always called Clippers. And to be honest, I think I know the reason, but it's what I kind of thought. Okay, the reason Pan Am uses one, all sign Clipper, and their planes are Clippers, it goes back into the 19th century with fast sailing Clippers. It was Pan Am's way, being the only American aircraft out there at the time capable of not only intercontinental traveling, but, well, yeah, that would be intercontinental travel. Traveling from U.S. to Europe, U.S. to Asia. And that's how they competed with ocean liners and took their name Clipper. Plus, the early days, those Boeing, I don't remember the names of them, were Clippers as well. They were first class seating, got you there in style, believe it or not, more style than you thought you see today on airliners. Believe it or not, the old flying boat Clippers were more of a naval cockpit setup than today's. This is where the captain grew out of. The captain of a flying boat Clipper was actually just like a sailing captain. Hence where the word captain came from. So, interesting how aviation mirrored. You know, if you watch Star Trek, you wonder why they call a starship captain a captain. They basically following naval terms. But yeah, they were really, you know, you could go from San Francisco to Hawaii, spend the night, get back on the plane, get over to Wake, I believe it was, or Midway, one of the two, stay the night, get up the next day. By the way, the cruise ship's nowhere nearby. Head to Wake Island next day, head to Guam next day. You're about ready to make the hardest run, and that is to the Philippines. And you're over there, folks. In about a week's time, you were there versus several weeks on a cruise ship. So, Uh, they really did speed travel across the oceans. Still had lots of stops back then, but then, the planes really beefed up in the war, and then they came out of the war and used in conjunction with intercontinental traveling, and that's how you were able to get there now. A couple hours. You'll be, like I said, we're now 4 hours-ish out of Belgium. And I do say ish, 4.5. So, I mean, there you go, folks. But he was actually a captain with Navy charts, and that's how they were plotting their way across. Just like a Navy had a navigator, they had a navigator. Engineer took care of the engines. The guy flying it, helmsman in a ship, guy would be the pilots. And then the captain oversaw that whole operation. So, interesting how those flying boats really worked. And it took up a lot of space, so there was space that could have gone to passengers. So, there you go, folks, a little bit of history. And with that, we're going to take another break. Give it about 15-20 minutes. We'll be back with you, and hope you all enjoy, and we'll see you then. Should be on the North Atlantic track Yankee. Alright, just want to check in, let y'all know I am still hanging around. We're just cruising along here at about 3 hours and 55 minutes to Brussels. So, hope you're enjoying. And we'll get a little music on. Maybe that'll help a little. See, probably nowhere on the map to see us. Oh, we just left the coast here. What is that bay called? Bona Vista Bay. Fully expect to land in the wee hours of the morning. So we're looking at 3 hours. Call it 4, so it'll be about 5 o'clock in the morning there. 6, maybe we'll catch the sunrise. All right, folks, enjoy the ride. Clipper 34, eastbound and down. All right, folks, we're back with you. I know a little bit more of an extended break than y'all expected. Of course, now we're in a commercial break. But we are climbing to 37,000 feet right now, and should be leveling off here in the next minute or so. Again, thank you for being a part of Flying with Mike. We really do appreciate you sticking around with us and enjoying this nice jaunt across the pond. We're about halfway there, and should be, oh, we got about another 3 hours or so to go. So just wanted to chime in, let you know we're about halfway. Um, and for me, the halfway point is always the 30 west line of longitude. But that does, that's just halfway across the Atlantic, not necessarily halfway for the trip. So, all right, we're just waiting for the plane here to build its speed back up. This may be as high as we take it today. But yeah, we are trying to rebuild back up to 0.85. And she's struggling, but she's still building her speed back up from the climb. So we'll watch here as we continue on. And right now, folks, those curious, how could I support Flying with Mike? Well, just hitting that follow button means the world to me. Of course, subscribe or donate, but hitting the follow button just lets you know, hey, I want to follow along. I want to be there when Flying with Mike is on the air, and I do appreciate that. My subscribers and those that donate and tip and biddy and all of that, thank you as well. And especially my followers. I love having you aboard, talking with you when we have Discord open, and just learning about you, learning where you're at, learning what things are like where you're at sometime, because folks, we've got people pretty much, I think, in just about every part of the world, and it's always interesting to see the differences. Getting a little distant here because we're getting close on the speed, and I'm trying to set it so we can run. That looks pretty good right there. All right, so we just crossed 54 north, 040 west. We're turning a little bit more northward to head to 54 north, or west, correction, 54 north, 030 west. So, and if you're tracking, we're on the Yankee North American track, so you can kind of see how we're progressing. But folks, it's been fun. I mean, we are just having a blast. Europe is all lit up with ATC, as you would expect. It's their primetime hours. Well, we're going to be flying into London right at about, oh, well, actually, they'll begin to wind down because it's going to be about another 2 hours till we're there. So, but yeah, I mean, it's beginning to light up. So I hope you all enjoy the run that we have for you here. Really? Somebody's flying a Concorde from where to where? To Zurich from Marseille. Little overkill on that plane, but okay. Then again, flying a 747 on that same route's a little overkill, so. Looks like the moon may begin to peek its way through the clouds. Wow, this is not a normal North Atlantic run, folks. Usually there's a lot more cloudiness, storminess out here. Tad bit more on the tranquility side. All right, so we are now level at flight level 370, Mach 0.85, and we're headed on. All right, so again, we'll kind of just keep cruising across here, folks. Keep our eye on the moon rising there above the clouds. Kind of like a full moon. Well, we had a full moon a couple days ago in St. Louis, France. So we'll see what lies ahead of us. Let's see how our fuel burn is looking. So far, so good. All right, we're just now getting up to those clouds again, so we'll see how things are. And how's our, we do have the seatbelt sign off, we do. All right, folks, so we'll just kind of relax, enjoy the next couple of hours left in the flight. We got about 3 hours to go, and we will be approaching Brussels. All right, folks, I'm back with you. We're about 2 hours out of Brussels. And we just came across 54 North 030 West. Still on the Yankee North Atlantic track. So I hope you all have had a good time listening to the music, enjoying the ride. These are a little more complicating to do just because, you know, at 6 hours, 6.5 hours, they are difficult. So, but anyway, we make it happen. So let's keep rolling on. And see where this leads us to besides Brussels. Just taking a look here. Next up will be, let's see, 54 North by 020 West, then DOGAL. So again, I really hope you've enjoyed this longer stream. We're normally not into the long haul flights here. It's just it can be very long and difficult to fill the time span. So, but you know, if we went to Europe, what does that normally mean? Gotta come back. So there'll be at least one more coming up. Now, will I do across the pond? Probably not on stream. Just too complicated, too many souls out in the airspace to start with. Just trying to stay online would be hard, but just very, very difficult to stream. So, but I'm glad you all turned out. Again, newcomers, hey, click that follow button. And if you're new on watching one of our videos on YouTube, they're a replay of a stream. Smash that subscribe, and if you're so inclined, click that thumbs up for liking it. So, all of that is free on Twitch. It just lets you know the next time we're gonna fly live on Twitch by following on YouTube when the next video is released. All right, folks, we are currently, I'm trying to track it down right now. Besides 2 hours roughly out of Brussels, I'm trying to get the mileage in. That is not an easy chore, I'm starting to find out. Let's see. I don't know if it's going to show up on NavGraph since we're not nope, we're not tracking, so I don't think it's going to show. Yep. So yeah, I really don't know what the mileage is from here out. So well, there is one surefire way. Let's hit the FMCs. All right, so we're showing about 1,200 miles out, 1,000 miles, call it 1,100 to top a descent. All right, and all right, and currently I don't have an ATIS for Brussels International. They're part of the EUC Maastricht Center, as I think Europe is beginning to wane into the evening as the US is ramping up. So, all right, folks, so we'll continue on here. It's quite the haul to Brussels, but you know, we'll see if we can find some good Pan Am flights to fly over here. and take it from there. But we've got a half or so moon rising, and looks like a little turbulent weather below us, but nothing like the last time we went to Heathrow. Now, I do want to stress, I do want to put a flight into Frankfurt here soon. That has been one place I've been meaning to hit and haven't been able to in a while. So we'll be putting that in. And trying to think of some other places. But yeah, look for some, not necessarily crossing the ponds, but we will be getting to some of the bigger cities of Europe. All right, folks. Let me see where we're at here. As the miracle of sound plays out the crucible as we cross over the North Atlantic, pretty treacherous seas some 80 years ago. But today, other than the storms that blow through, tranquil compared. Excuse me, folks. Amazing what the moon can do. All right. All right, folks, let's begin looking into our arrival into Brussels. So for that, I'm going to bring charts in, but we're not going to be able to really follow it with the plane. For some reason, the plug-in isn't firing today, and I don't know why. So, but we can bring charts in and at least use it to plan. Of course, I gotta make it a little bigger. All right, so we are currently in this area between 5430 north, 5420 north. Somewhere in here, we're probably right about in here. We're about the halfway point. All right, so that means we're well, we know we're approximately 2 hours out. All right, so from our flight plan, oh, sorry, folks. It's been a long flight. We're going to be flying in the Kjfk 8A arrival, KOK 8 Alpha, for 25 right. Really don't know where we're going to end up here parking, so we'll probably just go eeny, meeny, miny, you're the parking spot I'm going to park at. All right, so here's the Kjfk, what are we calling it here? The Kjfk 8 Alpha arrival off the Kjfk VOR. Okay, so basically, all we do is fly to Kjfk. From Kjfk, we then set up for our arrival. You can see that right here. It's an RNAV. Here's all the D8s, but we don't have an ability to pull them up out here. Minimum safe altitude at Kjfk is 2,200 feet. The FLO, where is that? I'm trying to find the FLO VOR. You all see it, yell. The ANT VOR, don't even see that. But anyway, you get a flavor. We're about anywhere from 2,600 to 1,900 feet safe. Okay. Basically, come across at or above 7,000 feet at Kjfk. All right, now we need to decide what is going to be our arrival. What I do is simply use this real simple tool from charts. Make sure you got a runway set. Again, we'll look 34 minutes old, 230 at 4, so a 25 approach is feasible. Be honest, I don't know what all the runways are there. But from Kjfk, we have both an ILS Zulu and a RNAV approach into 25 right. If it's okay with you, we'll keep it simple. Let's go with the ILS. Okay, and there it extends it out to Bun VOR, and then we intercept at Uveti. Uveti, however that's pronounced. Usually, why it didn't this time, I do not know. It puts our approach on here, and it didn't. Alright, well, we'll just go in. 25 right, Zulu. Correct? Show a Zulu. Oh, here it is. Okay, so again, we're going to fly from Kjfk, descending down to Brund, or Bruno, sorry, Bruno, make the turn for the intercept to Uveti. Veti will be at or around 2,000, but by B25 Romeo Fox, 2,000 feet mandatory. Then we're going to descend in. So there you have it, folks. There's our approach. Let's put it in the FMC, and then we're good to go.
What's up is down, what's left is right. Chasing stars and holding you. I can't see the end, but we'll see it through.
So we're, oop, I hit the wrong button, folks. There's the Coke A. We're gonna do the right side Zulu. Kjfk, execute. Let's take a look. Kjfk,
Dangerous times, don't fly too high. Be sure to keep the ground in sight. Fly forever if you keep it tight. Love the world and keep the sky on your mind.
just looking at everything. Okay, and then we're on for the runway. All right, so it is programmed in, folks. So all we have to do now is just ease on over. We've got still about 2 hours to go here, and we'll be there quicker than we know, because now we're in our normal groove of about a 2-hour flight. So hopefully things will pan out a little better. Just giving you a flavor. We're right about in here. We'll be working our way right over Ireland. I may cut the course off to DEXEN. Just thinking about it. Is it gonna save a lot? Maybe a mile or two, and that's about it. But a little quicker. Matter of fact, you know, well, let's hold for now, because who knows? We may actually come up on VATSIM and see what kind of damage we can do there. All right, folks, I am gonna kind of just sit on the side here, let the music play for about another hour, and then we are going to be hot and heavy and getting ready to get this bird down to 2,000 feet from 37. So enjoy the music, and we'll see you then. All right, folks, we're back with you just as an ad starts. All right, we'll be right back in 1 minute. All right, folks, we are back. We're out of break, and we're about an hour and 45 minutes from Brussels. All right, so hopefully you all have enjoyed the ride across the pond. We are just, let's see, about 21 miles from the last fix of the actual track. Now, granted, we still have DOGAL and BEXET, but overall, we're just about off the track and back into European airspace. We've always said it's a little different to fly over in Europe, folks, than in the U.S. One of those is this, and I'll show you in a second. All right, we didn't talk about this on the approach. So let me bring the chart in. Mainly because we don't really have a definite transition level. Europe, they vary from airport to airport. We can usually find them here, but it usually has transition level by ATC. Doesn't tell us a lot, folks, does it? So let's head to the ILS. Transition level 4,500 feet. Okay, so we'll go, well, altitude. We don't know the level. If we had Brussels approach up or Brussels ATIS up, we would know. But without that information, folks, we have no idea. So we have to go with 4,500. Now, let's talk about that. All right, so let's bring up, we'll bring this one up. Let's go to the descent page. There's your transition level. We said 4,500. And folks, until you get used to these different ways of flight levels and all, typing it out does not hurt you. Worst case scenario, it'll throw the FL in front of it and put it where it's supposed to be. I think it's going to be 450. We'll see. Didn't take. Let's try one more time. Oh yeah, no it didn't. It's not taken. Okay. All right, well, in this aircraft, in this FMC, it really does not matter. Only thing that does matter is we need to remember 4,500 feet. We don't have the sophistication that the Airbuses, the new buses, and Boeings have. Now, if you get the A300, A310, those may or may not have that ability in BEXET to set the transition level. So all you do is push standard. All right, but that's where you would do it here. Now, in the Boeings or the Airbuses, you look for it on your descent pages, or approach if you're in an Airbus. Descent if you're in Boeing, you go to descent, look for forecast. You're in Airbus on the approach page where you put in the QNH, the winds, the temperature, and whatnot, you'll see transition level. That's where you would put it. So, and then it'll trigger on your displays once you hit that altitude. So, right now we are currently 969 miles out. We're showing about 2 hours, 5 minutes fly time there. Hour and 35 minutes current speed. 818 miles out of our top of descent. That the FMC is forecasting. Another way to do this, folks, is to do the math. And what you do, take the altitude you're currently at or will be at. Hang on a second. Something came in here. I'm trying to catch up. The heck? B1? Gonna play an X-plane? What? What is up with that? That's Sky Medic. Okay. Whew. Gonna say. Oh, that was Sky Matrix. Okay, phew. Gonna say V1? I didn't like what the? That would just be wrong. Him an X-plane. As much as he's been trashing it here lately. Trashes it about as much as I trash that sim. Anyway, so we move on. So let's figure this out. We're at 37,000, drop to 0. So 37. We need to be at least either 7 or at or above. So I'm pulling out my handy dandy calculator. 37 minus 7 will be, gee, let me think. I don't have enough hands and toes. 30 times 3, 90. If I had 10, so 100 miles from there. I think it's going to be right around Coke. VORKOK. That's 51 miles, so about 50 miles from Coke. We'll begin our descent so that we can be in the general vicinity of 7,000 at Kirk. Okay, that's what the chart shows. Oops, sorry folks. All right, so as you can see, Coke, 14.5. We're going to head on down minimum safe, 7,000. Kirky is at or above 7,000. Heading 100 for 51.8 miles. From there, we head to Bruno, DOR. And from there, we head on an intercept for the 25 right ILS. Okay, once we land, my goal would be nice, Bravo 7, that's halfway of a 12,000 foot run. Realistically, Bravo 9 come off, will taxi back to, I'm gonna try something just on a whim, with flight aware, just to see if we can get a gate. We may not. When you're overseas, things get kind of dicey. Oops. Well, let's see. Right, we're trying to find out if there is any direct Delta flights. There are none. All right, let's revert to ones we do know. Gate Bravo 15. Okay. So what we'll do is go to taxi. And we're going to look. Parking stands. Bravo. My gosh, look at all of these. It's incredible, isn't it? Some of these are across the ramp, by the way. 15. The heck is 15? This isn't going to be easy. Not as easy as I thought, folks. 'Cause right now, it's looking like it would be right here. That's the military terminal. Time, what does it say? I have no idea where Bravo 15 is. Huh. Well, that didn't help, folks. Like I told you, I really wasn't sure where that was going. So we'll aim for, well, we'll just kind of see what we see. How about that? All right, so we'll come off, hopefully Bravo 9, come back the outer, whatever that is, outer 3. Maybe transition to the inner and see if there's a gate here. Otherwise, we'll wait to find one. Wow, that is kind of wild. Huh. All right, well, that's our game plan, folks. We're right now headed to, let's see, I think we're on our way to DOGAL. And then BEXET, sorry. Then on our way down, let's see how things are looking. Wow, all the centers over London are gone. And we're down to a what is this? A big FS. I don't even know what they're calling this. But anyway, it's just a big center covering it. So we're just going to continue on. So current time 4:20. Oh, that's right. I did accelerate it up. I did, so we'd be closer to daybreak. I'm like, huh? Even 12 hours? Yeah, I kind of even caught the guy behind the stick there a little off guard. All right, let's take a look, see what kind of winds we're now dealing with here. 225, now we're up to 75, so starting to push into a more of a headwind on us. No, I guess it's still a tailwind. More of a quartering, pushing wind, but yeah, we're making it there slowly. 4.5 hours we've been in the air, folks. Not as bad as some flights I have done. Obviously, the Pacific are the longer flights than here, but to its, I could fly a JFK to say Bucharest, Tel Aviv. You know, those do get some length to them. But I hope you've enjoyed, folks. And we'll be on the ground here shortly. Look at that shot. Just a shame we can't see the aircraft that well. But that's a very nice picture. Over the cloud deck below, half moon in the air. So, folks, I'm just going to kind of sit here a little on the quiet side. Questions, comments, let me know. I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to sign into Discord. Feel free. Oh, wait a minute. It's new. Alright, sorry folks, thought we had something coming in here. Alright, so I've got myself signed in here. And we'll go ahead and bring it online here. And let's see how things go here. Feel free to chime in over on Discord, and we'll adjust volumes and all as we go. So again, thanks for being a part of Flying with Mike as we get ready to wrap up this 6 hours of flying in about an hour and a half at Brussels. Matter of fact, we're going to go ahead and cut the corner, as I was saying. Yeah, you guys thought the cheese. Ha! Where's REVNU? Is that this one up here? Okay, so we need send. Alright, so what we're going to do is cross DOGAL here in about 55 miles. BEXET 35 miles later, and then we're going to cut across to Ireland direct to DEXEN. Sound like a plan? Good. See, really didn't cut much off. Maybe 10 miles. If we got 10 miles, I'd be shocked. So, all right, and that will, and then I could technically cut and miss half of the UK. No, we won't do that. It's always a kind of a thing to think about. All right, how long has this been up? Just looking at some new airports along the way here. One I haven't seen here. It's EDJA. I'll look it up, see what's all about. Alright, looks like tomorrow, if you're into flying Europe, Frankfurt and Charles de Gaulle have, at least those two airports have events going on. So there you go, folks. Chime in, enjoy them. All right, so let's get back up here. I'll tell you another thing I do miss, and you've got to actually download it for both sims. that used to be part of it, the Aurora Borealis. I guess you have to, yeah, I don't get the reasoning behind it. Just something hard to predict, because Flight Sim 2004, oh, was it so cool to see, come on. FSX had it a little, but boy, was it neat to watch as you flew on towards the north. Or I guess south, depending if you're down in South America or that. All right, folks. Looks like the ads are winding down. They're every 20 minutes, folks, and I've got them set up hopefully every 20 minutes for about a minute. So, figured that wasn't too intrusive, considering if you watch a TV show, not every 20 minutes for a minute on a show. And I can still get a little benefit from Twitch through that. So, all right, hour and 20 minutes ahead. So we are flying for Pan Am Virtual, folks. They are a good airline, folks. They're young, looking for pilots, looking for folks to fly with them. Just some really good software and website. Check them out. Go here and take a look. See if it's what you're looking for. Also, just a little teaser. They do have a digital combat sim squadron / wing. I don't know how that's all, structured over there. But they do fly in digital combat as well. Not these aircraft, but the Tomcat, the Hornet, and other military assets. So check them out there, crew.pavirtual.com. Pan Am Virtual. It's one of the few out there, folks. I would say strictly dedicated to Pan Am, but they aren't. They are part of Pan Am. They also have, oddly enough, those of you who know aviation history know why I said it the way I did, TWA as another airline for it. So, but TWA, don't expect to see the 72s, DC-9s, Bad Dogs, and L-10s. Look for a newer fleet, the 737-800s, Airbuses. Now, they do have the 747-200 and 767 of old still there, but they're the more newer side. If you're looking to fly those vintage, I'll call them that, folks, I'm vintage, take a look at Pan Am. They just might. They fly the A300 310s, not 320s, sorry folks, the 727s, the 747-200. Now they do have the MD-11, which substitutes for the DC-10. Big substitute, but still generally the same aircraft. You could probably get away with the L-1011 that way too. I'm not going to speak though for the CEO. He will have to be the one to say yay or nay on that last part. But they are up and coming. A lot of they're in their, they're growing right now. So like I said, we're looking for pilots. So check them out. crew.pavirtual.com. And I hope you enjoy flying the skies of Pan Am or TWA. Or, I don't know if he's still running the Atlas side. That NOTAM still kind of throws me off. So, potentially still Atlas too. As for us folks, we are high above getting ready to come into BEXET, which is the exit for the NAC track Yankee track. And headed then over Ireland, straight for the UK, down into Brussels for our landing. So hope you're ready. We'll go over it again here in about 15-20 minutes. Just a quick touch on it, show the highlights and go from there. Now some of you will get to go woohoo because we're not going to have the charts program up for the approach. For some reason the plug-in that connects it with the sim for some reason didn't fire. I don't know the correct terminology, but it's not connected. So, for whatever reason. Let me just look at something. Server is returning a 401. That would be why it's not working. So, all right, so that's where, for some reason, I had my thought in my head where the alternate was in a totally different place of Belgium. Okay, we're going to fly almost right over it on the way into Brussels. So I didn't know that. I thought it was on the southeast corner. So, all right. The neat things you learn, folks. All right, we have, I believe, crossed exit. We are lining up to cut across Ireland direct instead of up, down. We're going to just go slice it right through and then get on track to get into Brussels. Now, at this point, folks, if you were INS instead of or LTN, you would want your stuff tuned in to Shannon, which is actually to CONOT, which is 17.4. So that you could begin the update process. Shannon would be 13.3. So by these two being in range, your INS now is realigning real-time airborne updating. Once it would be updated, you'd get your green lights here letting you know you're good to go. Or let you know it's updating. So just wanted to point that out to you all. Because really, we took out this one. Curious, what were 232? Oh, we lost 12 miles, folks. factor 1 minute. Not even. So, you know, hey, that's still better than nothing. But it did put us right in track for Shannon and that to update us. Eventually, Collinstown and Dublin could do the job too, and that would get you fully updated for the arrival. So, INS guys only. FMC guys, hey, we're already updated. All right, so we continue at 37,000. Now, technically, should I be climbing to 39? I could. I'm not. Let's take a look at our fuel, though. Because now we need to start getting a little concerned as we're getting close. We've got a couple of airports here in Ireland, more of course, here in the UK. Bring it up. Okay, so we're up here in cutting through. Actually, let's make this look right. Okay, so there you go, folks. There's what we're on right now. You're using Conot and Shannon down south here right now to update, just so you can visually see this. All right, so with our fuel the way it is, we look fine. Things are going to look a little scrappy when we get ready for top of descent. Supposed to, folks. That means you've set your fuel up properly. You're going to get nervous. That's what it's supposed to be. But just realize, add. Looking fine when you do that. Plus, don't forget, you still got almost 8,000 pounds of fuel about ready to go in the tanks when we start in. So we've got more fuel coming. But what I'm looking for is, okay, let's say we were a little lower. We're starting to really get nervous. Can we actually make it here? With what we have, yes, and reserves plenty. But let's say we are short. I've got Manchester, I've got London, plus all big Birmingham, and what else do we have out here? I mean, we've got so many airports here, folks, that can accommodate this aircraft. So we're not really in any way hurting in case, you know, if we had a problem, we've now got airports. I've got Shannon, I've got Dublin, I've got Manchester, I've got London, and Birmingham, and Midlands. And then as I push down here, I've got my alternate plus Brussels. So we're really in good shape with alternates to think about. So we're looking really good fuel-wise on here. So that's this guy's job. Make us feel good, look good on fuel. All right, so 202 miles out. Sorry, set at 282 for. Okay. And we actually begin to see, it's like maybe a little bit of dawn happening. All right, folks, so we're starting to see sunrise, which is kind of the plan I had. All right, folks, sorry about that. Little bit going on in the background here that I needed to work through, so there you have it, folks. If you're interested in this aircraft, here, let me get you a link for it, and then you can check it. Hawker, how much longer till Singapore? Singapore is going to look a lot like Brussels in about an hour and 11 minutes. Welcome back, by the way, Mr. Hawker. See, Singapore's right, hang on, right over there. So, about an inch away. At least that's what I think dispatchers went. It's only an inch on the map to go from St. Louis to Indianapolis. Shouldn't take you any time to get there. All right. So we're just about to cross the 5-hour mark in the flight time, 6.5 hours on streaming time. So I hope y'all are ready. We are closing into 1 hour till landing. I am going to take a quick break and then we're back through the landing. You'll take the SR-71, please. Yeah, but the problem is you might have needed a tank a couple times. Doesn't have the fuel may not have been enough for you. Concorde's about the only thing that would have given you enough fuel and range. And then you'd have to call out your hazmat team because of all the fuel spills left behind on taxi. All right, I'll be right back, folks. Use the restroom, and then we are going to set up for arrival. We've already got it plugged in, but we are going to begin the actual turning in and burning it. All right, folks, we are back. Welcome aboard. We're out of commercial breaks too. All right, seems like Hawker had to make a run for it too. So, but folks, I am on Discord. Love to meet you, greet you. Love to talk with y'all. And let's get ready here to rumble. We're about 180 miles from DEXEN, I believe is the name of it. Let's verify. Yeah, DEXEN, right here. Oh, wait, you don't see that. So, try something a little. Okay, let's first go here. Let's go here. 30 minutes ago, we're still looking at a 240 wind, clear visibility. So really good deal. If you can't read the METAR in charts, folks, it spells it out down here. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and hide this. All right, so there you have it, folks. We're about right about in here, working our way down to DEXEN. I could keep us going all the way to big. Problem is, there'll probably be a top of descent in there, and I'd rather us, you know, hit it right. Wow, this northwestern Europe really holding on. There is a lot of traffic still, so. All right, folks. So again, the Discord channel is open for your enjoyment to chat with me, or just, you know, chat to be heard. Just keep it, you know, clean. That's all we ask. I am gonna. All right, so there we go. So we're going to be heading just about around Dublin's where DEXEN is. It's actually right about here. And then we'll kind of work our way into the UK itself. Let's do some things while we're here. Let's get our performance calculations started. Again, always, folks, with this aircraft, if it says the word load sheet, click it. It brings up your information from that load sheet we created at the beginning. Here, let's get rid of charts. Actually, I'm going to need charts. You don't. All right, so the airport, 25, right, is a 12,000 foot runway. Elevation 175, so let's call it 200. Heading, what do you think? 250, how about 24? Call it 250. Slope, we'll have to look on Sim Toolkit. Oh, there you are. 1.5. Wow. Okay, we actually do have a slope on this one. Okay. Let's go 0.2 up. Right. Temperature. Currently 5 degrees. Dry runway, barometric pressure 30. Wow, 53. Holy mackerel. That is some high pressure, folks. Finally, our wind. Let's put it at 240 at 5. Okay, and again, this, folks, is METAR, current stuff. You could click here, and what you'll get is potentially older stuff. All right, so we're coming in flaps 30, 519, which is under the 630,000 pound limit. So we're not doing a heavy landing. we're looking at flaps up to 235. At 235, we can start bringing our flaps in. We're planning a VREF at 135 knots. So we'll add about 5, so anywhere between 140 and 145 is what we'll carry down, okay? And then we'll set our speed bugs, and you're seeing what they should be at. 40. All right, so there they are, folks. 35's right here, that's our clean speed, and then we work on down. Flaps 1, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45. Oh, sorry, folks. Schoolhouse Rock came back at me. Used to love that show as a kid. All right, so there you have it. That's our plan. Now, let's start looking at the checklist. We're still plenty miles out. Okay. All right, but for the checklist, once we're ready to descend, we're not actually going to run this till we're at or around 10,000 feet. Look at what's in here. Okay, seatbelts, yeah, okay. Anti-ice exterior lights, so that's 10,000 feet. Auto brakes, I could set those now. INS switches, we're going to run this till we're pretty much secure in coming in. Brake spoilers, we're not going to arm till we're probably at least about ready to hit the ILS. So you can see how this is going to play out. Fuel panel, fuel heat below 18,000. Stuff like this is just not going to start at top of descent. It's really going to be more as we're getting ready for the approach to the airport. So, just so you're all aware of that. All right, we are over the island of Ireland. Ireland. The Irish are below us. All right, let's look at this one more time for those just tuning in so they get an idea what's ahead of us. Bristol's online now. So, boy, a lot of traffic in the Brussels area. Holy mackerel. All right, I'm going to bring charts in one more time. Okay, so we're approaching DEXEN, and then we're just going to work our way over here to Risla, work our way down to Big, work our way over to Kjfk, and then work our way to Kjfk. Pretty simple, sounds like. Obviously, you can see there's a couple more turns in there than I said, but that's the game plan. ILS. First off, let's show the approach. Really not much to it, folks. It's an RNAV1 approach. Level and altitude are set by ATC, which we have called 4,500 feet. That's one of the things that really kind of makes me crazy about Europe. A lot of things are about to start happening at 4,500 feet. Now I got to set the altimeter. I'm going to be setting it well before then, folks, just so you know. I don't have two other pilots to help me out here. Well, a pilot and a flight engineer, so I'll be doing it probably as we're working our way over here to Brunn. So anyway, we're going to come in to Kjfk 14.5. It's Koski, and head out on the 100 radial to Kjfk, 51, almost 52 miles out. Then we're going to go direct Brno. We got to be at or above 7,000 feet though at Kjfk. All right, from Kjfk, we're proceeding to Brno. Brno, we're going to make the turn to 214 to intercept the localizer. Minimum safe is 2,000 feet. We're going to come into Kjfk at 2,000 feet. Not sure what all of these are for. Hang on. I see these numbers and I have yet to find them. Anyway, via Kjfk, via flow. So flow, Kjfk, and ANT. So we'll hit here at 2,000 feet, folks. Okay, real quick across the top, you see the frequencies in the strip. We're not on VATSIM, so it's really not a problem. The localizer will have to tune in 108.9er, 244 for the final approach course. BR Bravo 25 Romeo Fox. We want to be mandatory 2,000 feet, then we start down the glide slope. So, decision altitude is 200 feet. I'm setting that right now on the radar altimeter. I don't know if you could see that or not. Oh yeah, you could. Radar altimeter's right here. Okay. Let's see. Elevation. Runway is 102 feet above sea level. Airport reference point is 175. Minimum safe for us coming in basically is 1,800 to the west, 1,900 to the east, and as we transition to the runway, I'm gonna say 2,200 feet, but as you can see, we've got a 2,000 safe altitude right here. Okay, so here we come across. Localizers out, gives you an idea of the altitudes to be at. I'm sorry, glide slope out. So from the 5 mile point, which is the Bravo 25 RF, we're looking to be at 1,700 feet at the outer marker, 1,380, just giving you ballpark so you know how to set up your glide if the glide slope is not registering. Probably gonna run about a 700 to 800 foot a minute descent to our minimum. We got a full high ALS2. Pappies should be on the right side. And at night, we should probably get a good visual on them. By the way, that's Dublin if you see it. Okay, mandatory BR25 RF is 2,000, descending down to our missed approach point. So, METAR-wise, we need at least 200 on the METAR for a ceiling. That's broken or overcast. If it says scattered 200, you haven't set a ceiling yet. It sets at broken or overcast layer. Also, we have to have 800 meters. Now, if we lose other things like the glide slope and all, we can use VNAV in lieu of MDA, but that's what we're looking at, folks. 800 meters by 200 foot ceiling. Okay, so minimum speed, 220 from IAF. So our minimum is 200 to the intercept of the local, or 220. That's the minimum. It's, and then 160 until the outer marker. And that's no exceptions in the morning and the evening hours, unless otherwise ATC tells us. So we cannot go below 220 to the localizer, so that means that we can stay at 240 all the way through this, but once we hit that localizer, it's 160 minimum speed to the outer marker, and then we can control it down as needed. Pretty simple stuff, folks. Although, if you really want to get into a good discussion with that, there is something on YouTube between JetBlue and New York Approach, real world, you can learn from. two letters they're trying to get across to each other. At. Okay, once on the ground, folks, we're going to aim for B7, Bravo 7, probably Bravo 9. Worst case scenario, run it all the way out. Take the outer taxiway to Bravo, or what is that, Bravo 8? Oh, wait, yep. And then we'll cross over to the inner. If there's jetways here, we'll take them. Otherwise, we'll get on this side. Okay. So we're just looking for a good place to park here in this general vicinity. They said Delta went to gate 15. I have no idea. Gate 15 shows up right here in the military terminal area. That don't sound right. So we're going to improvise. Or as I like to say, adapt, overcome, save the day for someone who wasn't expecting to have their day saved. All right, let's get rid of charts and let's start taking a little bit deeper look at where we're at aircraft-wise. Again, speeds. So clean is 235. Approach will be 145 to 140, and we're touching down hopefully at 135. We'll be on medium brake, so we should only need about 5,400 feet of the 12,000 foot runway. Well, actually, Hawker, I'm not on ATC, so right now that's not a factor. Not on VATSIM. So hopefully, and let's see here. We're keeping an eye on it. If that does decide to disintegrate, then I will possibly think about coming online. But right now, we're not. We'll just keep it offline. We've been offline the whole time, even across the North Atlantic. And I don't see a reason to change. Okay, we are just crossing over Dublin back into the channel between Ireland and England. DEXEN is right ahead of us, folks. Wish I could show it to you, but unfortunately, for some reason, we're getting a 401 with the SIM thing that connects the SIM to the charts programs. Don't know why, but hopefully somebody out there does and can figure out how to fix it for whenever we fly again. Speaking of which, folks, hey, if you're new to the channel, hit that follow button. That's how you'll know when we're live again if you have the notifications turned on. Sends you an email letting you know, hey, Flying with Mike's gone live. We're flying between here and here. Hope to see you. Hope to see you, folks, if you click that follow button. Also, we have Discord open. Feel free to come on board, chat away. Love to talk with you. Last couple of flights, we've talked to Big N 300, bad attitude. Why not you? Continue. Well, thank you there, Controller Hawker. We'll continue on. Oh, Han just came on with the tower. Yeah, so I don't think that's going to be coming off here anytime soon, which is fine. We'll just stay off VATSIM. All right. A lot beginning to happen. Yes, it is. Go ahead and switch to Is that the one I... 15. Again, folks, if you are flying this plane with the INS, you would want to be in constant update mode right now to get that thing as tight as possible on your alignment so you can get right into these airways, because, folks, you're now in some extremely heavy traffic if this was real world. Well, not at this time of night, but so that's what you would want to be constantly doing, is updating. Shouldn't take long, but it sometimes did for me. So lot to think, lot to do, folks, when you're running that INS. A lot to keep ahead of. Plus, you're constantly putting new fixes in. You can only do 9 at a time, so keeps you hard at work. And the further out you can get them, folks, the better, because that means you stay on that beam longer to update. And once you're updated, you're good. Now go. Oh, Hawker. No, you go. Find plane. Get in air in Europe. Don't work that way. All right, folks, we're showing 42 minutes. Hope you're ready for this, because if you are, hey, go ahead, run a prediction. I saw Hawker put one in. Format's pretty simple. Exclamation mark the word predict, space, and a negative number. Just like I did, Hawker's got one in, so give it a try, folks. We'd love to see how close you can get. Right now, there's no prizes for it, but hey, you never know. All right, so just getting caught up here on the chat, since I've been chatting so much here of the last 30 to 45 minutes. I know it feels like, hey, he just woke up, man. Yeah, not far off. Folks, but again, if you're looking for a virtual airline to join, Pan Am Virtual, who I'm flying for today, albeit not using all of their software tools, because when we started the flight, they had some troubles with the website and play, and so we weren't able to fire up the ACARS program and fly for them. But we're going to manually submit it when we get done, and we'll show that as we once we get on the ground. So, all right, But Pan Am Virtual, if you're interested, folks, it's really a newer airline. It's been around a little bit. Always looking for pilots. Check them out there, crew.virtual.com. I'm sorry, crew.pavirtual.com. If you're into Pan Am, if you're into TWA, you got a great airline. TWA, look for a more modern, which I know TWA was not. Look to it. Pan Am, look for what you know Pan Am to have had, if it's available on the sim. That's something that hasn't generated a lot with these two sims. We do have a lot of great aircraft, but the aircraft that were in, say, FSX have not generated over to the new sim for Microsoft nor X-Plane. So it's kind of, you know, we're still looking for a lot of that stuff. But I think you'll find it pretty good, since we do have an Airbus 300 now, 310, I think, in X-Plane. I'd have to go back and check in builds. We have this great 747 for you to fly. And the 727, albeit is still X-Plane 11, we keep wondering when FJ will drop it on us in 12. So we'll see. But check them out there again, folks. crew.pavirtual.com. Well, they have the 757 and 767s already in X-Plane 12. 727's the only one we're waiting on. Oh, geez. That's good, Hawker. All right, folks, when you can and you see Hawker 125 up, head over there, give him a follow, and check up on his project he has going. He is trying to, as it says on your screen, he has a 125 in his garage, fuselage only, that he plans to turn into a working flight sim. So check the progress when you check out his channel. All right, speaking of checking out, let's take a look here. I really hate this when we can't figure out where we are here on charts. Does make it a challenge, but that's what Sim Toolkit's for. Okay, so we're about to make the turn south towards Hanley VOR. Many of you who love to fly into Heathrow know that VOR used to be, it may still be, one of the big setups for stars into Heathrow and possibly Gatwick. More news about that in a few weeks. Good deal, good deal. Hopefully it'll be up and flying then, or you'll be up and living in it. One of the all right, folks, let's start looking for a top of descent here. We need to be 50 miles from the Kjfk VOR. We're still saying 200 miles. Tells me that is a little close. I'm just doing some quick math in my head. So I think between Detling and ITVIP, we'll start our descent so that we can make Kjfk at or above 7,000, but continue that descent into Bruno. And then we'll start setting up for the ILS. Or at least that's the plan I hope to stick to. All right, let's see if I can tune in 15. Oh. All right, we're 153 miles from Biggin, which is south of Heathrow, north, memory serves, of Gatwick. Yes, north of Gatwick. All right, here we go, folks. We're in the winding down miles, folks, down to 30 minutes from Brussels. I'll be honest, I didn't look at the time for departure, if we were close to thereabouts when most of the flights out of JFK went to Brussels. Mind you, it's only 2. But still, just didn't look at it close enough to see if, you know, how badly we were. But again, going eastbound, folks, it's a lot easier, and a lot of times you arrive in quite early because you remember, you have that usually good push in winds. It's when you go west that's when delays occur sometimes, because you know what the wind is, but you know you can only factor it so much, and sometimes you end up in a delay because you're just nothing you can do other than maybe stay low or try to get above it. I mean, it's a crapshoot sometimes with the jet streams. For those curious where we are in England, so remember I was talking about if we ran into fueling issues, Manchester, Birmingham, East Midlands, Nottingham, London's down here. So those are great drop-off points if we needed it. Birmingham's going to be a push, but definitely Manchester, East Midlands, London, all good diverting points. And now we're starting to get where we should be able to make our points. All right, there we are, folks, getting ahead of the clouds again. Remember, it says Kjfk. See if that's what we get. Told you the fuel would start to look a little hairy-carry. Here it goes. Especially those outer tanks. We'll get the, at top of descent, we'll start flowing that extra 4,000 into each of them. So that'll bring them up. But still, I mean, you're looking at 28 right there in the 2 main tanks, plus another 14. I mean, we still got plenty of fuel, folks. So got about 52,000, is that right? 52,000 pounds roughly on. $42,000. Plenty of fuel to make it to Brussels and then to our alternate. The goal, once you start your descent, you open these up so you drain them out. And then you still want more fuel in your inner wing tanks that are closer to the fuselage than you do out towards the outer. So, and that's how the whole fueling process the flight engineer has to work through. Told you the man works more than these two. They're just constantly putting fixes in. Okay, we're about 20 miles from Hanley VOR. Now, I will probably come off INS FMC navigation, getting close to Bruno, and we'll make that turn for the intercept and then shoot for the ILS. So we'll get the radios tuned so we can head down there. I'm just going to probably set a 214 heading, wherever that puts us. And then make sure we're at 2,000 feet, slowed 220. Then once we hit the outer marker, then we'll slow it up. Sound like a plan, folks? Again, folks, Discord channel is open if you're up to chit-chatting on it. If not, no big deal. Just wanted to let y'all know it is available. At least for a few more minutes. We'll be closing it here after Dietling as we start our descent. Unless we're into a conversation, I won't be rude and shut it off. All right, and by the way, that's about 100 miles away. Matter of fact, I'm going to go ahead and tune that in. 17. So there you have it, folks. That's where we're going to, between Biggin and Detling, we'll be shutting it down because we'll be getting set into our descent and starting to get the cockpit a little bit on the sterilized side so we can set for the approach. Go ahead and plan. You are the pilot, not us. Go ahead and do your PIC duties. Airplanes, or actually biz jets. Hawker's plane of choice. All right, we've crossed Hanley, so we should begin to see London here soon. And again, folks, if you're interested, smash that follow button. And that way it's free. Just get an email if you have notifications turned on. Lets you know when we're live again and you can join us. We'll see you after break. And for any subscribers out there, just to want to send a big shout out to you all. Thank you so much. I am getting close to putting my finger on what we're going to purchase. Here, aircraft, I think it's going to go aircraft. Would love to hear from you in the Discord channel. What you think would be a good purchase here. so that we can help to improve the stream, the quality, and the aircraft that are flown here. So again, thank you so much for the above the following level and helping us out. All right, folks, and if you are, like I say, I try to set the ads up at about every 20 minutes or so for about a minute. If you're kind of tired of them and you still want to support the channel, first off, my apologies. I do that one to help Twitch out and also to help the stream out. But, you know, if you do want to get away from those, hey, the best way would be to subscribe and be part of one of our subscribers. We'd sure love to have you aboard. And as I was telling our subscribers in the last commercial break, we are getting very close to nailing down the how we're going to spend the last payout we had in trying to upgrade. If you want followers, you have as much say in it as they do. You enjoy the stream, so I would like to help you guys out as well. Go to the Discord channel and let me know what you where you think we need to update the stream at. All right, and that's the last senseless plug, not senseless, but last plugging I'm going to be doing till we get closer. We've got a lot of work to do to get this plane started down. So we're about 47 miles from Biggin and 64 miles from Detling. After Detling, we will begin our descent. And straight ahead, looks like London to me. Let's see. That possibly could be Heathrow or Luton, one of the two. Which meant stands. We're not gonna. Anyway, that looks to me like London. There's Heathrow. Right there. Like almost like we queued it up for you. Interesting airport these days. Changed quite a bit in the more than 20 years of flying on VATSIM and flight simming that I've done. A lot of changes at that airport. You all would be the ones to tell me if any of them were for the good or made it worse. Never been. So hard for me sometimes when I do fly in there to figure out where to park, as much as they've changed Terminal 1 and 2, I think it is, along with, oh my gosh, I think it's 5, the new one that British Airways is at. So, yeah. All right, so here we go, folks. Again, the exclamation mark predict, space and a negative number gets you in the running for taking a guess at how well we'll do the landing into Brussels. And no, it will not be an auto land. I know a lot of streamers out there, that's how they fly. I like landing the aircraft, so. Hawkers out there hyping it up. Good job. There you go. Get a good look as we come in over London. You know, sometimes looking out the plane just doesn't really do it justice. Look at that, though. Wow. It just, this is so changed. I will have, this looks different. I'm going to have to fly in there. Don't let you down on the landing. Oh, Hawker. Okay, 8 miles to the turn at Biggin, or Detling, which is 20 miles from there. All right, checklist time. All right, again, we are not running this checklist until at least off Kirkling, because if you look at some of it's below 10,000 feet, but some of it we can do right now. For instance, auto brakes. Well, let's take one more look, one more update of what the METARs are doing here. 17 minutes ago, 220 at 5 on the winds. We're looking at 1033 or 3050. And temperature now 4 degrees Celsius. Still a dry runway, still sloped right. Okay, so we're still really same numbers, 145, 140. We'll go with a medium. We can set our brake. Medium. All right, Detling stands 16 miles ahead of us. I'm going to go ahead and dial in Coke, 14.5. $92 miles away. I say we start our way down. Oh, wait, no. We got to get that extra 50 miles. So hang on. We're going to actually go a little past. All right, so the goal is to be about 50 miles from Kjfk, and then that'll give us our 50 miles down to Kirky. Not far off. I didn't do too bad, folks. Missed it by about. So ITVIP, ITVIP, will start our descent. All right, so we got everything set here. We're on. Okay, just trying to get my bearings. Got them finally right there. Okay, good on that. All right, we are 76 miles from Ski. All right, that we're crossing over right now. All right, folks, hope you've enjoyed the flight. We have been airborne just a few minutes under 6 hours from brake release on the runway. So, hope you've enjoyed the trek across the pond. Brussels stands at about 20 minutes out, if that. Excuse me, folks. Okay, let's do it. Down to 7,000. And what we're going to do is set 300 here for our airspeed down. I'll switch us to IAS to hold that, and then we'll adjust on our vertical speed. How we doing? Okay, so we'll set about a 2,000 or so foot. This is something I really love about this plane. I wish also was in the 727. A lot easier to tell what altitude or what feet per minute you're going down or going up, depending what side of the zero you're on. All right, and there's 300. All right, I am gonna set the EPR to IAS, GA for approach. All right, folks. And now see how she's doing, if she'll slow on her own. Or if I gotta help it. Okay, it is coming down. Okay, good. All right, so we'll continue like this, folks. Actually, we're starting to get maybe a little rain showing up. I have to check that on Sim Toolkit. Let me jump. Okay, we are not. Be right back. I gotta close up a couple windows. All right, folks, we're back with you. Yeah, I know. Always fun to say that in January. Got to close a couple windows in the house. Actually, I'm sorry, February. All right, so we're coming down. 300 knots. 50 miles from KOK. KOK. Are you okay? Okay, 27,000. If you don't mind, I am going to throw the seatbelts on. Okay, wing and logo are back on. Skids and body gear are off. Skids on. And medium brakes. Okay. Anything else we can do right now? Okay. Oh, nothing else. Got our landing data already set. EPR set, seatbelts, fuel. EPR panel is set and ready to go. And we're closing in on Kjfk. $10.6 for a little out of range for Broom. That's fine. It is 110.6, right? Okay, it just came in. We're right ahead at Kjfk. Then we'll come off that for 51 miles and set up for our approach. Okay, what I've done, we are still in INS mode, which means we're tracking the FMC. Think of it, GAers, BizJetters, BizPlaners, as GPS. We'll turn that off. I believe I'm going to do it en route to Bruno once we get established on that 070 heading inbound. And we'll fly it out and then come in to catch the ILS. Okay, so let's see if we grab that 100-degree radial that we see here from Kjfk to Kirky. Koksy, Koksy, 51.8 miles. Up here comes the needle. I usually like to wait about 5 to 10 miles to trust it, and we're pretty close to on it. All right, and 070. Okay, so what have we set up here? All right, at 51 miles from Kjfk, we should be able to intercept the localizer, or the, I'm sorry, VOR 70 inbound to Bruno. And then we'll come off Bruno on a 214 heading to catch the ILS, maybe 210, so we get a little run on that localizer no lower than 220. Minimum speed again from Kjfk to Bruno to Veti is 220. Then we can slow no slower than 160. All right, you're wondering, why haven't you set your transition level? Transition level's 4,500 feet. So I can't. However, I can come back here and begin dialing in our landing altitude. And our, got 1033. All right, there we go, folks. Pressure set. And I've got it set for our pressurization. Now I've set our landing altitude to about 100 feet. 175, 200. I mean, I could be either way. So we're getting the cabin now venting down to the atmosphere we're landing at. Also, let's get that fuel going. Fuel heat off. All right, we can do some, but not all, as we descend. Okay, we're only halfway to Kjfk. You can see we're tracking out perfectly. Now, just in case we start having problems here, I'm going to get our heading bug set up right so that we're on the right heading. There we go. All right, here we go, folks. See me do that high-speed pilot stuff. Oh, boy. All right, let's get this thing slowed.
Cabin crew, prepare for landing.
Here we go, folks. Beginning to... Hey, who said it could rain out here? All right, I am going to ease up on this descent a little. And we're set up for 7,000 feet, so we're slowing, slowing, slowing. All right, folks, we're approaching our initial fix of Kjfk. And I'm going to go ahead, retract the spoilers. Cabin's ready.
Cabin ready.
Awesome. All right, let's do it, folks. 8 miles to the turn.
1,000 to level off.
Okay, so remember, this is off a Kjfk. This is off, see how it's closing in? All right, what was Brussels? 14.6. 35 miles away, folks. Okay, we're approaching the initial fix. There we go. All right, I am going to go ahead and come around. Okay, let's go ahead to send to 5,000. Nice and easy, 220. All right, folks, we are off INS tracking. We're on tracking to the VOR 28 miles out. That looks like Brussels right over there, folks. Brussels traffic, Clipper 3-4 heavy, just off Kjfk, direct Bruno for the ILS 25 right. Not sure where all this rain's coming from. There's nowhere in this. No idea where they're getting rain. Okay, we're 24 miles out. All right. So we at least have this set. We're on this, so I'm going to set 214. Okay. Okay. I think we can run this.
Approach checklist, please.
Seatbelts and shoulder harness.
Check.
Seatbelts and no smoking signs.
On.
Anti-ice.
Off.
Exterior lights.
Check.
Outer brakes.
Medium.
Radio INS switches.
Radio.
Flight director computer selectors.
Check.
Brake pressure.
Check.
Spoilers.
Okay, I'm gonna hold on spoilers. Altimeters have just been set, landing data. Okay, let's hold on that. I'm gonna set those as we turn inbound. Let's go ahead and check.
Altimeters.
1033. Set and cross check.
Landing data, EPR and airspeed bugs.
Set and cross check.
Seatbelts and shoulder harness. Check. Fuel panel. Check. Fuel heat. Wait. Off. EPR computer. Go around. Cabin altitude. Check. Circuit breakers. Check. Approach checklist completed.
All right, folks, so we have gear, flaps, spoilers, and ignition already in flights, and then our anti-skid and altimeters, one last check. All right, we're 12 miles from Bruno. The reason I am gonna go straight out to Bruno, we're gonna make that turn and head for the localizer. Gives me a couple seconds to get it dialed in. Currently 9 miles from, call it 10, from, so we're about right in here, folks. So when we get out here, we're gonna be aiming straight down 214 to 210 on our heading.
Flaps 1.
Okay, we get our first notch in. All right, folks, hope you're ready. Buckle up. Here we go. We're within 6 miles. At about a mile, if we get that, I'm going to go ahead and turn us to heading. Okay, 2 miles. Kind of curious how close I can get on this till it stops. We're a mile above it right now, folks. Okay, we got 0.7. That's pretty good. How about we go 108. Nine. 244. Got to maintain 220, folks. Currently, ground speed Hawker is 236. Okay, localizer's alive, glide slope's alive. Let's go DOR. Gotta wait till we intercept the localizer, folks. Then I can slow us to 160.
Flaps 5.
How about I do this right
1000
now?
level off.
Soon as I start
Localizer
seeing the
alive.
needle, here we go. ILS 160. Look what's straight ahead, folks.
Flaps 10.
Showing 13 miles. I'm going to go ahead and arm up the spoilers. Okay, so we are set. Why? Oh, I know why you didn't. Doggone it. Did it again.
Gear down. Flaps 20. Gears down, green light.
All right. Yeah, what happened there, folks? We kept descending, and I couldn't figure out why, and it's because I didn't set altitude select. We are now set ILS. Let's make sure it grabs the glide slope. We're slowing to 160 again. Good thing is we're 6 miles out, glide slope achieved. The set missed approach altitude is 3,000. Okay, missed approach set. And here we go.
Flaps 25.
Outer marker.
Flaps 30.
Here we go, folks. Plane's mine.
We'll be landing shortly. Please make sure your seatbelt is securely fastened.
Brussels Tower, Clipper 3-4 heavy, final 2-5 right. Roger, cleared to land, Clipper 3-4 right. 3-4 heavy.
Glide slope. 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 Glide slope.
Minimums.
Glide slope. Pull up. Pull up. Glide slope. Glide slope. Glide slope. Glide
50,
slope.
40, 30, 20, 10. Auto brake off. $60 knots.
Welcome to Brussels. Bravo 9. Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our destination airport. Please remain seated until the captain has switched off the fasten seatbelt signs.
Flaps up.
All right. Now, somebody please tell me where we got all this rain. All right, folks, we're just getting the aircraft cleaned and readied. Let's switch into the inner. All right. Oh, and we do have bridges here. Okay, good. All right. Auto brakes off.
Cabin crew, disarm slides.
All right, let's get into one of these gates. Let's see here. $162 sounds good. You can tell frame rates are hurting it already, folks. All right, parking brakes are set. Okay, body gear ignition. Hang on. Radar transponder spoilers trim 7 units. Okay. Second.
Cockpit to ground. Put the chocks on.
As soon as they get those chocks on, we'll...
Chocks are on. After landing checklist.
Brake pressure.
Check.
Body gear steering.
Damn. Arm.
Outer brakes.
Off.
Ignition.
Off.
Engine and wing anti-ice.
Hold on. Off.
Radar and transponder.
Standby.
Flaps.
Up.
Spoilers.
Down.
Stabilizer trim.
7 units.
Outflow valves. Open. Pressurization mode selector. Manual. Aft cargo heat. Off. APU. Check. Checklist completed.
Okay, with all that set up, let's get the engine shutting down. All right, folks, we're into blocks and shutting down. And
Alright, secure cockpit checklist. Brakes.
that we knew.
Beacon lights. Damn. INS. Align. Probe and window heat. Off.
Pack valves. Check. Fuel boost pumps. Off. Reserve tank valves. Closed. Hydraulic panel. Let's see.
Always forget these.
Check. Oxygen. Check. Flight recorder. Off.
Emergency lights. Damn.
Oh, I thought I had them.
Off.
Had them the wrong way. Okay.
Radar. Off.
INS. This. Off. Radio switches. This.
Check was completed.
All right, folks, that does it there. That's a wrap on this. Let's get the jetway in here and get these people unloading. All right, hope you enjoyed. Let's take a look here. Big N 300, thanks for the nice landing. Welcome aboard, sir. Let us definitely delve into that, shall we? Sim Toolkit is the animal we use for that. 271 feet, 140. About 5 knots fast, but we'll take it. Here we go, folks. Flight details. All right, so it was a 6-hour, 42-minute flight, 3,180 miles. We burned just over 74,500 kilograms of fuel. 1 G on landing for 271 feet. That's not bad. You're right, Megan. That was pretty nice. Little long, little to the left, but hey, we'll take it, folks. Any landing you can walk away from is always counted as a good landing. All right. Real quick here, folks. We do have a displaced threshold, so you're not supposed to land this side of the threshold line where the blue dot is. Okay, the blue dot's not there. But anywhere in here is where you're not supposed to land, but anywhere after that line forward, fair game. We landed 1,755 feet down the runway. Not bad. 14 feet, folks. 14 feet to the center. Hang on a second. I need to do something real quick. All right. So really a good landing. We parked right in about here, folks. So we rolled out. Our goal was here. We ended off here at Bravo 9, taxied back. Like I said, I think we're somewhere right in here. So overall, looking at these numbers, folks, this is good. And this is why I like Sim Toolkit. It not only shows you where you landed, but it gives you the metrics. And it's free, folks. You don't hear that word in the flight sim community much, but it is free. Now, we are not going to roll this flight back. Obvious reasons. It's been a long day. So we're going to just let it wrap up here. And we're going to call it a day. But without, I've got to say a couple things here. First off, if you are in the market looking for a virtual airline to join, check out Pan Am Virtual. Folks, they're new. Not new, they've been around about a year or two, but there's two parts to it. You've got the Pan Am side with the Pan Am historic fleet from DC-3. There's 727 routes, 747 routes. Could be some Airbus routes. I haven't looked for those yet, and 737 routes. However, if you're more into the modern type airliners like the 737-800, Airbus 320, and of course the retro fleet, or not the retro, but the fleet that TWA had, the 727, 757s, join TWA. They're there, and they've got good routes. Plus, this girl right here is also with TWA. So, check them out, folks. They're at crew.paa, Papa Alpha Alpha, virtual.com. And also, as a little bonus, if you're into it, I'm not. A couple guys here in stream and elsewhere are into digital combat simulation. They are and do have a operating squadron with missions in play. Check them out. All right. Also, folks, if you're new to the channel, haven't done so already, love for you to smash that follow button so that way you can stay up to date, be here live with us when we do fly. Our next for sure scheduled flight is Tuesday. Yeah, Tuesday. Not to say we may not fly over the weekend. If so, by following, you'll get an email to let you know. All right, folks. I can see a commercial break is running, so I'll give it about 40 seconds, and then we'll give it a good wrap here and call it. But I do thank you. Those of you that trekked across the whole 8 hours that we were on stream, God bless you. Thank you so much for being here and being supportive. Big in 300, Hawker, thank you all. Inswick, I know you're already long gone. It's way after bedtime there in the European time zones. But we're here, Brussels, and what a flight that was. Still trying to figure out where X-Plane gets all this rain. It's not there, but they for some reason find it. I don't get it. All right, man. So I am going to head on out of here and say thank you again. And let's see what we can see outside. It should be getting close to daylight. It is breaking here in Brussels. So I'm going to go ahead and kill those wing lights. Anything else left on? It does not appear so. All right. So let me get back outside. And you all have a great night, great weekend. Folks, stay safe. We'd love to see you again on Tuesday, and quite possibly could be some flying over the weekend. Don't know yet. We'll see. So God bless you all. Take care. We'll see you then. Oh, I lost my spot here. Where'd it go? There it is. Right in front of my nose. Sorry about that, folks. Again, be safe. Have a good weekend. We'll see you Tuesday.